My mother-in-law mailed me chilled luxury chocolates for my birthday. The next day, she rang and asked, "How were the chocolates?" I smiled and said, "My husband finished them all." There was a pause. Her voice shook. "What? Are you serious?" And then my husband called me. Can you imagine realizing the person who was supposed to be family, your own mother-in-law, had been slowly poisoning you for years, and then, in a twisted, horrifying moment, accidentally poison her own son instead? This isn't just a story. It's my story, and it's a nightmare I barely survived. The Boston summer humidity was absolutely suffocating, but my apartment's AC was blasting, thankfully. I was hunched over my Mac, deep into a new web design client. Building my freelance reputation, you know? Then, from the living room, Thomas's voice. "Honey, there's a message from my mother." My shoulders tightened involuntarily. Patricia, my mother-in-law. Communications from her almost always spelled trouble. "What does she say?" I called back, not looking up. Thomas read from his phone. "She's asking if we'd like to have dinner next Sunday. She wants to celebrate your birthday." I took a slow, deep breath. On the surface, Patricia Collins was all politeness. But behind every word, I always felt there was something hidden, something else. 3 years married to Thomas, and I'd never felt a shred of genuine warmth from her. "I'll go if you want to," I told Thomas, watching his face. He lit up. He was so genuinely pleased. Thomas is brilliant, a sharp financial analyst at work. But when it came to his family, especially his mother, he was completely, utterly blind. "Wonderful. Mom's finally starting to accept you," he beamed. "She even said the other day, 'Amy has become a good wife.'" I returned his smile, but inside I was flooded with doubt. Patricia saying anything nice about me? That was a red flag. Ever since our wedding day, she treated me like the woman who stole her son. "Is Vanessa coming?" I asked about his sister. "Oh, of course," Thomas said casually. "She's been living at Mom's house lately." Vanessa, who couldn't hold a job, who'd slunk back to her mother's after college. I could never ignore the coldness in her eyes when she looked at me. Pure, unadulterated jealousy. "All right," I sighed. "Should we bring anything?" "No, Mom says she'll prepare everything." "Oh, and she mentioned she's preparing a special present for you." Thomas sounded so thrilled. I forced another smile. A special present from Patricia usually meant something like the sweater 3 sizes too small last Christmas, or the Easter cake loaded with nuts I was allergic to. Things she could always excuse with a sweet. Oh, I didn't know. That evening, as I prepped dinner, Thomas came up behind me, wrapping his arms around my waist. "What are you thinking about?" he murmured. "Your mother," I answered honestly. His expression clouded. "Are we starting this again, Amy? Mom just wants to get along with you." I bit back my reply. This same conversation, again and again. Thomas simply couldn't see past his mother's facade. To him, she was perfect. Any problems? They had to be my fault. "I'm sorry," I said, my voice tired. "I'm just tired." He kissed me, a gesture of forgiveness, but I could still see that flicker of dissatisfaction in his eyes. Over these 3 years, the tension between us had slowly, painfully grown. At first, Thomas had been protective, shielding me from his mother and sister's overreach. But as time wore on, he'd been slowly, subtly, pulled back into their orbit. That weekend, while Thomas was golfing, I met my friend Jessica at a cafe. "You're going to your mother-in-law's again?" she asked, surprised. "Didn't she say something like, 'There's too much salt in your cooking. I'm worried about Thomas's health last time'?" "Yup," I smiled bitterly. "But Thomas values his relationship with his mother. Family means everything to him. Aren't you his family?" Jessica frowned. "He never says anything when Patricia and Vanessa constantly put you down." I stirred my coffee slowly. "He doesn't notice. In his eyes, his mother is perfect." Jessica reached across the table and took my hand. "Amy, be careful. I don't think Patricia truly accepts you." I nodded. I knew. Every visit, I felt Patricia's subtle jabs, Vanessa's icy glares. But I loved Thomas. I endured it for him. The day before my birthday, Thomas kissed me. "Tomorrow will be a wonderful day," he promised. As I lay in bed, I desperately hoped he was right. But deep down, I had this gnawing premonition that tomorrow's visit would bring new tension. I closed my eyes, and all I could see was Patricia's fake smile and the true feelings hiding behind it. 3 years of tiny insults, of intentional disregard, it had left an indelible anxiety in my soul. My birthday morning dawned with a perfect blue sky. While I was making breakfast, the intercom buzzed. "Delivery for you." Refrigerated package. I opened the door. It was from Patricia Collins. Surprised? Absolutely. "Thomas, something arrived from your mother." Thomas, fresh out of the shower, hair still damp, looked at the package with interest. "It must be a birthday present." "Let's open it." I carefully unwrapped it. Inside was an elegant black box, Chateau Chocolatey, written in gold letters. Boston's most luxurious chocolate shop. My eyes widened. "Wow, Mom's being generous," Thomas exclaimed. "These cost over $100 a box." Inside, various chocolates were arranged beautifully with a small card. I picked it up. "Specially selected just for you." Patricia's meticulous handwriting. "See," Thomas said, beaming. "Mom has finally accepted you. Sending such expensive chocolates." I smiled, but that unease, that familiar knot, tightened in my stomach. I just couldn't believe Patricia would suddenly change. But seeing Thomas so happy, I couldn't voice my doubts. "That's very thoughtful," I said. "I'll enjoy them later." All day, I lost myself in web design. In the evening, Thomas came home early, intent on making me a special birthday dinner. I collapsed on the sofa, letting the day's fatigue wash over me. "Dinner is ready," he called. The meal was lovely, relaxed. Thomas opened wine, toasted my birthday. "Happy birthday, my love. I'll be with you forever." After dinner, as Thomas cleaned up, he spotted the chocolate box. "How about some dessert?" He opened it, picked one up. "This looks delicious." I was full. "I'm a bit stuffed now. I'll have some tomorrow." "Just one won't hurt, right?" Thomas had already popped it into his mouth. "Wow, this is really delicious." I smiled. "I'll look forward to trying them tomorrow." "Just one more," Thomas said, taking another. I didn't mind, heading off for a shower. Exhausted, I went to bed early and fell asleep almost instantly. Thomas, meanwhile, was watching TV, unconsciously eating one chocolate after another. The next morning, I woke to find Thomas already up. When I went to the kitchen, he was drinking coffee, reading something. "Good morning, birthday girl," he said. "That ended yesterday." I laughed. "I think I'll try those chocolates now." But when I walked into the living room, the box on the coffee table was empty. "Thomas, did you eat them all?" He nodded apologetically. "Sorry." Before I knew it, I'd eaten them all. They really were delicious. I felt a pang of disappointment, but it wasn't a big deal. "Well, that's okay. You can buy me more sometime." Just then my phone rang. "Patricia Collins." "Oh, it's your mother." I answered. "Hello, Patricia." "Amy, good morning. Yesterday was your birthday. Congratulations." Her voice was brighter than usual. "Thank you." "And the chocolates arrived." "Oh, good," she chirped. "How do they taste?" I chose something special. I laughed. "Well, Thomas ate them all." A moment of absolute silence. Then, Patricia's voice, trembling slightly. "Are you serious?" That tone. It made me instantly suspicious. Her reaction felt bigger than mere surprise. "Yes, he ate them all last night, but he said they were delicious." "I see." Her voice was strangely flat. The call ended awkwardly. Right after I hung up, Thomas's phone rang. He looked a little unwell but answered. A few minutes later, he stumbled back into the living room, his face pale, sweat beading on his forehead. "Amy, I got a call from the hospital. I need to go right away. I feel sick." He couldn't finish the sentence. He rushed to the bathroom and began vomiting violently. "Call an ambulance," he gasped, his voice trembling. I frantically dialed 911. Thomas's condition deteriorated rapidly. I touched his forehead. It was burning hot. "It's okay, Thomas. The ambulance will be here soon." As the sirens wailed in the distance, his phone rang again. "Mom," the screen displayed. I didn't answer. A strange premonition, cold and heavy, spread through my chest. The sirens grew louder. I left the apartment door wide open. Paramedics rushed in, checking Thomas, who lay in the bathroom, barely conscious. "He's severely dehydrated. He needs Amphora immediately," one said. "How long has he been like this?" "He looked a bit pale when he woke up, but it suddenly got much worse." I stammered, my voice shaking. Last night he didn't. Then it hit me. The chocolates. From my mother-in-law. Thomas was wheeled onto a stretcher. I rode in the ambulance, clutching his hand. Cold sweat on his forehead, his face gray. It's okay, Thomas. We'll be at the hospital soon. He was rushed to the treatment room. I stayed in the waiting room, filling out paperwork. My phone. 5 missed calls from Patricia. It rang again. Hello, Patricia. Amy, where is Thomas? Why isn't he answering his phone? Patricia's voice was nearly hysterical. He's in the hospital. He suddenly became very ill. Which hospital? I'm coming right now. I told her and hung up, a strange feeling washing over me. Why was she so panicked? And why now, after the chocolate conversation? 30 minutes later, Patricia and Vanessa burst into the hospital. Both looked distraught, but Patricia's face was pure terror. Where is he? Where is my son? She shrieked at the receptionist. I stood up, walked towards them. They're treating him. I'm waiting for the doctor. When Patricia saw me, she flinched. What happened? Why so sudden? I don't know. He was already feeling unwell when he woke up, I said. Then, after a slight pause, I added, after eating your chocolates. The color drained from both Patricia and Vanessa's faces. They exchanged a look. Vanessa bit her lip. Chocolates! Patricia's voice was a whisper. He ate all of them. I watched their reactions. Yes, all of them last night. He wasn't well by morning. Just then, a doctor appeared. Mrs. Collins, we have the initial test results for your husband. We all crowded around him. He's showing symptoms of severe food poisoning. But there's a stronger reaction than usual, a type of bacteria. We're doing additional tests. Did he eat anything unusual? I remember the empty box. He ate expensive chocolates last night. The box is at home. The doctor frowned. Could you bring that packaging? It might be necessary for testing. I'll get it. Vanessa blurted out. Tell me your apartment address. Despite my suspicion, I gave it to her. She practically ran out. Doctor, Patricia pleaded, is my son going to be all right? We're administering an antidote now, just in case. Because the tests are showing some toxin reaction. Toxin! My voice rose. What do you mean? The doctor chose his words carefully. We can't be certain yet. However, from the symptoms and initial test results, we believe this isn't ordinary food poisoning. Patricia collapsed into a chair. No way! 2 hours later, Vanessa returned. She wasn't carrying the chocolate box. I couldn't find it, she said breathlessly. Maybe it was thrown in the trash. I frowned. It should have been on the living room table. At that moment, a man in a suit, identifying himself as a detective, approached. Mrs. Collins, I'd like to ask you some questions. Police! Patricia's voice trembled. Why? Specific toxins were detected in Thomas Collins's body. We need to investigate. My hand flew to my trembling cheek. Toxins? Surely not. The detective continued, taking notes. Have you consumed any special food or drink recently? Last night, expensive chocolates arrived from my mother-in-law, and my husband ate them all, I answered. The detective's eyes turned to Patricia. Where did you purchase these chocolates? Patricia's face was chalk-white. Chateau chocolatey. But this is a misunderstanding, Is there any packaging or remaining chocolates? My sister-in-law went to get them, but she said she couldn't find them. I told him. The detective looked at Vanessa. You really couldn't find them? Vanessa shifted uneasily in her chair. No, they weren't there. After a long, careful stare at both of them, the detective said, As a precaution, we'll need to investigate the apartment. I nodded, handing him the keys. Then I went to Thomas's treatment room. He was lying weakly, receiving 4 fluids. Amy, he whispered, his lips dry. What happened? We don't know yet, but you'll get better. Don't worry. A nurse ushered me out. As I walked down the hallway, heading for the restroom, I passed a private room and heard a hushed voice. Mom, the plan is ruined. It was Vanessa. Be quiet. She might hear us. Patricia's voice, low and furious. I froze, pressing myself against the wall. What's going to happen to us if the police investigate? Vanessa pleaded. There's no evidence. You disposed of the box, right? Yes, but just be quiet. Just pretend you know nothing. Thomas will recover. The amount wasn't enough. My chest went ice cold. I pushed away from the wall, stumbling back to the waiting room on shaky legs. The horrifying truth of what Patricia and Vanessa had tried to do was becoming sickeningly clear. When the detective returned to the hospital, his expression was stern. "We've recovered the chocolate box from the trash can. It's been sent to the lab." My gaze flicked to Patricia and Vanessa. The color of fear spread across their faces. "We also found a box from a location other than your apartment's trash can. Miss Vanessa Collins, from the trunk of your car." Vanessa tried to stand up, but another officer gently placed a hand on her shoulder. "Patricia Collins and Vanessa Collins, I'm detaining you for questioning on suspicion of attempted murder." I stood there, stunned. I couldn't accept it. My mother-in-law and sister-in-law tried to poison Thomas? Or, more likely, originally intended to poison me? "Why?" I asked, my voice a faint whisper. Patricia looked at me with cold, empty eyes. "We won't give Thomas to someone like you. That boy is our family." The hospital corridor felt arctic cold. I sat on a plastic chair, clutching a coffee cup, my hands trembling. Hours had passed since Patricia and Vanessa were taken away. Thomas was sleeping in the ICU. The doctors said his condition was stable. The dangerous period, they hoped, had passed. I closed my tired eyes, and memories flashed through my mind. Since my marriage, I'd had so many unexplained illnesses. Headaches, nausea, especially after visiting their house. At the time, I thought it was just stress. But now, a terrifying new possibility emerged. My phone rang. "Jessica. Amy, are you okay? I saw on the news your husband was rushed to the hospital because of poisoning." I explained everything. Jessica, who worked at a law firm, was the perfect person to handle this. "What are the police saying?" she asked. "They're questioning Patricia and Vanessa on suspicion of attempted murder. Apparently, traces of arsenic were detected in the chocolates." I heard a sharp intake of breath on the other end. "Amy, this is really serious. I'm coming over right now. Until then, don't talk to anyone." An hour later, Jessica arrived. She started analyzing the situation with professional calm. "Think back to past events," she said quietly. "Has Patricia ever offered you food or drink? Especially just to you?" I thought hard. Now that you mention it, at the party after our wedding, she brought special wine and poured it only in my glass. Afterward, I became terribly ill and couldn't even participate in the wedding photo session. And then at Christmas, she gave me special cookies, just for me. After eating them, I was bedridden for 3 days, but I thought it was just food poisoning. Jessica was scribbling notes furiously. "Anything else? Any potential evidence?" "I don't know," I said. But 2 weeks before Thomas was hospitalized, his work insurance changed. He said he had enrolled in a better life insurance policy. Jessica's face tightened. "Who are the beneficiaries?" "Me and Thomas's mother, I think." He said, "If anything happens, both of you will be secure." Jessica stood up. "Amy, this is clearly premeditated. You need to tell the police everything." That night, I told the detective all my suspicions. He nodded, promising to investigate. A week later, Thomas was discharged. He was gaunt and still looked unwell, but thanks to the powerful medication, he had pulled through. I took him home and quietly nursed him. "Why would Mom do such a thing?" he'd mumble repeatedly, unable to accept the truth. Patricia and Vanessa had been temporarily released on bail. They tried to contact Thomas, but I blocked every call. His recovery was my absolute priority. 3 days after his discharge, I made a decision. I had to tell Thomas the whole truth. When he was lying on the sofa, I sat beside him. "Thomas, we need to go to your mother's house." He looked at me, surprised. "Why?" "To find evidence. You know this wasn't the first time, don't you?" He looked away silently. "I don't know that Mom would really do such a thing." "Trust me," I said, taking his hand. "For our future, we need to know the truth." The next day, though still weak, Thomas agreed to go with me. We chose a time when Patricia and Vanessa would be at their lawyer's office, preparing for the trial. Thomas had a spare key. "What should we look for?" he asked, standing at the entrance. "Anything unusual. Especially check your mother's bedroom and desk." We quietly entered the house. Patricia's home, which we hadn't visited in a while, was as meticulously orderly as ever. I headed upstairs to her bedroom. Thomas followed, hesitantly. "It feels like we're invading Mom's privacy." "Thomas," I said, my voice cold, "your mother tried to kill me." Patricia's bedroom was elegantly decorated, family photos arranged on the bedside table. I opened the closet, searching the upper shelves. Nothing. Let's check the desk. Her desk was locked, but Thomas managed to pry open the drawers. Inside, documents were neatly arranged. I quickly scanned them and stopped at one file. It was a copy of Thomas's new life insurance contract. The beneficiaries were indeed me and Patricia, but next to my name, a small mark. A separate note read, "To be changed." Searching deeper, we found another shocking document. It was my own life insurance policy. I had no memory of Thomas contracting this insurance. And the beneficiaries? Patricia and Vanessa. "This is my life insurance. When did you contract this?" I cried. Thomas looked at the document, pale. "I don't know. Mom said she would arrange everything." I covered my face, my hands trembling. They had been planning this from the very beginning. From under the dresser, I found a small box. Inside were photos of me, with needles stuck in them. And more, various herbs and powders in small bottles, with labels. "Thomas, look at this." I opened the laptop in the corner of the desk. It was password protected, but Thomas tried his mother's common password. The screen opened. The browser history included searches for undetectable poisons, slow poisoning methods, and complete guide to life insurance fraud. Thomas sank into a chair, holding his head. "I can't believe it. Why would Mom?" Suddenly, we heard the front door open. We turned, startled. "What are you doing?" Vanessa stood at the bedroom door. Her face changed as she saw us. "You have no right to enter." "We're keeping all of this as evidence," I said calmly. "Evidence that you and your mother tried to kill me." "Don't be ridiculous." Vanessa scoffed, though her weariness was showing. "There's no evidence." Thomas slowly stood. "Vanessa, why? Why would you and Mom?" Vanessa's expression twisted. "Why? Because everything changed after you married this woman. Our plans, our future." "What do you mean?" I demanded. Vanessa laughed, a bitter, sad, hateful sound. "Mom never intended to accept you as family from the beginning. Her target was Thomas's property and your insurance money." I picked up the documents and showed them to Thomas. "Look, your mother has taken out large loans in your name." They were in financial trouble. Thomas was speechless. Then, with a voice mixing anger and profound sadness, he said, "Get out, Vanessa. I never want to see you again. Thomas, you have to choose. Your family, this woman or us. People who tried to kill my wife." Thomas's voice trembled with fury. "Our family? Get out before I call the police." I stood beside him, holding his hand. We stared at Vanessa silently. "This isn't over," she threatened, backing out of the room. At that moment, Thomas's phone rang. He answered, and after a few minutes, looked at me. His expression changed again. "Mom has confessed everything." Autumn sunlight poured down on the marble steps of the courthouse. Thomas and I walked out hand in hand. The final verdict had been pronounced, ending the long, agonizing trial. Patricia Collins received a 5-year prison sentence for assault and conspiracy. The crime of deliberately preparing poison and repeatedly endangering me was severe. Vanessa, on the other hand, admitted her guilt as an accomplice and received a 3-year suspended sentence. Her lawyer's argument that she had acted under her mother's influence was accepted. "It's over," I said, exhaling deeply. Thomas pulled me closer. "Yes, we can finally move forward." Getting into the car, Thomas began driving toward the suburbs. We had decided to establish a new home in a small town in Connecticut, far away from Boston. It felt like the perfect place for a new beginning. We had visited Patricia once in prison. She was utterly changed. Her former dignity was gone. Isolated, mentally cornered. She brightened momentarily at seeing Thomas, but his cold gaze silenced her. She uttered words of apology to me, but her eyes showed no genuine regret. A letter of apology arrived from Vanessa. It said, "I want to look at my own life free from Mother's control." I read it, but I didn't write back. Forgiveness would take time. Perhaps I would never be able to truly forgive. Arriving at our new house, we carried in our belongings. Small, bright, it symbolized our new life. "What do we do now?" Thomas asked, sitting down in the living room. I smiled, sitting beside him. "First, I want to think about the interior design. Then, get my web design company on track." And you? I nudged him. He'd quit his financial company in Boston and applied to a small local firm. The salary would be lower, but he was seeking a less stressful environment. That night, I shared some surprising news with Thomas. We're going to be a family of 3. Thomas's eyes shone with pure joy. Really? When? In 6 months. I confirmed it. He embraced me tightly, contemplating that tiny new life. Our future life wouldn't be easy, but we had overcome so much to get this far. Life with our new family was sure to be filled with a different kind of happiness. Lying in bed, I held Thomas's hand. I'm so glad I met you. Not eating those chocolates was the most fortunate decision of my life. Thomas laughed quietly, kissing my forehead. And thanks to me eating them all, we discovered the truth. In the gentle moonlight illuminating the room, we held each other, contemplating the future we would walk with our new life. It was the beginning of a quiet happiness, at the end of a hardship that almost destroyed us. So what do you all think? Have any of you ever dealt with a truly toxic family member like this? How did you navigate it? I'm honestly so curious to hear your experiences in the comments below. We've already split everything, my aunt declared. There's a reason you weren't invited. The lawyer frowned, but her name is the only one in the will. The room fell deathly silent. You know, life throws you curveballs, but nothing prepares you for the moment your own family tries to erase you from a legacy. Can you imagine the betrayal? My heart absolutely shattered when I found out they deliberately excluded me from my beloved Grandma Eleanor's will reading, but what happened next, what she planned in secret, shocked us all. My name is Amanda Miller, and at 28, I truly never expected to become the center of a full-blown family war. Grandma Eleanor had been sick for a long time, and losing her last month was devastating. So, when a text from my cousin Rachel, clearly sent to the wrong group chat, accidentally revealed that the will reading was happening tomorrow, and specifically, that I wasn't supposed to be told, a cold dread washed over me. Mom says not to tell Amanda. It hit me like a punch to the gut. They weren't just excluding me. They were actively trying to hide it. Despite the knot in my stomach, despite the humiliation, I decided I had to go. I showed up at that law office, ready for whatever fresh hell awaited. And then, Aunt Judith, with that signature smirk, announced, "We already divided everything. You weren't invited for a reason." That's when the lawyer, a kind man named Mr. Harrison, frowned. And I mean truly frowned. He looked at his notes, then at my aunt, then at me. "But," he said, and I swear the room went absolutely, terrifyingly silent, "her name is the only one in the will." Growing up, my life was a bit different from the rest of my extended family. My dad, Robert, Grandma Eleanor's youngest son, was the family rebel. He chose teaching over joining the big family investment firm. My mom, Samantha, was a nurse, and they raised me with values centered around helping people, not chasing wealth. Every Sunday, we trekked to Grandma Eleanor's Grand Victorian house in Boston, a beautiful, historic place that felt like a living museum of our family. Then, when I was 12, everything changed in an instant. My father died, suddenly, of an aneurysm. My mother, bless her heart, struggled emotionally and financially. Grandma Eleanor, without a moment's hesitation, stepped in. "Amanda will live with me part of the week," she declared, brooking no argument from anyone. For the next 6 years, I split my time between my mom's modest apartment and Grandma's house. My mom worked double shifts trying to keep us afloat, while Grandma became my second parent, my confidant. "You're like me, Amanda," she'd tell me as we sat in her sprawling garden. "You see people for who they are, not what they can give you." Her words, her perspective, they shaped me more than she ever knew. Grandma Eleanor wasn't your typical wealthy widow. She wore simple clothes, volunteered at soup kitchens, and quietly funded causes she believed in. That grand house, her one indulgence, a home overflowing with memories, not just a showcase of wealth. My Uncle Philip and Aunt Judith, they never understood her choices. They lived in lavish modern mansions, drove luxury cars, and constantly pressured Grandma to live up to her status. So, when I decided to follow my mom's footsteps and become a nurse, specifically choosing hospice care, my extended family was absolutely perplexed. Uncle Philip cornered me at Thanksgiving when I was 21. "You could work for the family business, Amanda," he drawled, swirling his expensive bourbon, looking down his nose at me. "Why waste your time on a career with such a low ceiling?" Your grandmother could make one phone call and set you up for life. I just smiled. I want to earn my own way, Uncle Philip. My cousins, Rachel and Nathan, both products of prestigious business schools and already working for their dad, found my choice utterly incomprehensible. They had grown up expecting inheritance and connections to pave their way. Rachel once asked me, with complete sincerity, "But don't you want to be rich?" The idea that I might value something beyond money was completely foreign to them. As Grandma aged into her 80s, her health began to decline. I started visiting her twice weekly, bringing groceries, helping with her medication, and often just sitting with her. We baked together, using her old recipes, the same ones she taught me as a child. Her spice cookies were legendary in the family, but I was the only one who knew the secret ingredient, a dash of black pepper. "You got flour on your nose again," she'd laugh, reaching up with a tissue, even as her body weakened. Her mind remained sharp, though her wit quick as ever. During these visits, she'd tell me stories about our family history that no one else seemed to care about. How her own grandmother had been one of the first female doctors in Massachusetts. How the family fortune had originally come from her grandfather's invention of a specialized textile machine. Stories of struggle, perseverance, and even failure that humanized our family beyond the polished facade they presented at holiday gatherings. "Remember, Amanda," she told me one afternoon, her voice soft but firm. "Wealth doesn't make a person worthy. How they treat others when they think there's nothing to gain, that's the true measure of character." Meanwhile, as Grandma's health issues became more pronounced, the rest of the family visited only sporadically. Uncle Philip would stop by monthly, spending more time meticulously examining the condition of the house than actually connecting with his mother. Aunt Judith would sweep in with some expensive, useless gift, then leave precisely 1 hour later. My cousins, they rarely visited, unless there was a holiday meal involved. The December before Grandma passed, she gave me a small wooden box. "This was my mother's," she said, placing it gently in my hands. Inside was a simple pearl necklace. Nothing flashy, nothing particularly valuable. "It's beautiful," I said, genuinely touched. "I want you to have it now," she insisted. "The others would just see pearls, but you'll understand their value comes from who wore them." I had no idea then that the small, sweet gift would later be weaponized against me. The last conversation I had with Grandma, just a week before she passed, still echoes in my mind. She was having a good day, sitting up in her favorite chair by the window. As I was about to leave, she took my hand with surprising strength. "Amanda," she said, her blue eyes clear and direct, "I've been watching all of you for years." She paused, her gaze unwavering. "I want you to know that I see everything, and soon I'll be making things right." I assumed she was talking about finding peace, about coming to terms with her passing. I had no idea she was planning something that would change all our lives forever. The first real crack in our family happened 3 years ago when Grandma was 85. Uncle Philip called a family meeting at Grandma's house, ostensibly to discuss her care. When I arrived, I found not just family, but a real estate agent waiting in the living room. "We've been discussing selling the lake house," Uncle Philip announced, referring to our family's vacation property in New Hampshire, a place Grandma had spent every summer since she was a child. "It's sitting empty most of the year, and the maintenance costs are ridiculous." I glanced at Grandma, whose expression was carefully neutral, but I knew her well enough to see the tightness around her mouth. "Has Grandma agreed to this?" I asked, my voice calm but firm. Uncle Philip waved dismissively. "Mother understands it's the practical choice. At her age, she can't enjoy it anymore anyway." "Actually," I countered, "we were just talking last week about her wanting to spend a few weeks there this summer." The room went silent. Aunt Judith cleared her throat. "Amanda, dear, perhaps you misunderstood. Mother knows her limitations." Grandma finally spoke up, her voice surprisingly strong. "I did say that to Amanda, and I have no intention of selling my lake house." The real estate agent, clearly uncomfortable, awkwardly excused herself. Once she left, Uncle Philip's anger shifted to me. "You always do this," he snapped. "You think you know what's best because you spend more time here, but you don't understand the financial considerations." "What I understand," I replied evenly, "is that Grandma should make her own decisions about her property." That night, after everyone else had left, Uncle Philip cornered me in the kitchen. Listen carefully, he said, his voice low, menacing. You may think you're special to her, but you're pushing your luck. Don't forget who built this family's wealth, and it certainly wasn't your father. The jab about my father, the rebel, stung. But I stood my ground. This isn't about money, Uncle Philip. It's about respecting Grandma's wishes. From that day forward, Uncle Philip began what I can only describe as a campaign against me. It started subtly, comments to other family members about how I was manipulating Grandma, insidious suggestions that I was positioning myself for special treatment in the will. By Christmas that year, it was painfully clear that many in the extended family had shifted against me. At the holiday dinner, Aunt Judith accidentally excluded me from the family photo. Cousin Rachel made pointed comments about fortune hunters while looking directly at me. Even my mother's sister, Aunt Grace, who had always been kind to me, was noticeably distant. After dinner, I overheard Uncle Philip talking to my cousin Nathan. We need to protect Eleanor from Amanda's influence. She's got her wrapped around her finger, and who knows what she's convincing her to do with the estate. I tried to address these suspicions directly. I sent emails to my aunts and uncles, explaining that I had no interest in Grandma's money, that I just wanted her final years to be comfortable and on her terms. The responses were tepid at best. Aunt Judith replied with a curt, "We all want what's best for Mother." Others didn't respond at all. The following Easter, the family held a gathering at Uncle Philip's house. I wasn't invited, but I learned about it through social media when Rachel posted photos. In one picture, Grandma sat in the corner, looking frail and confused. I called her that evening. "Did you enjoy the Easter gathering?" I asked carefully. "It was fine," she said, then lowered her voice. "But they didn't serve the deviled eggs the way I like them. And Philip's house is always too cold. I wish I could have been there," I said, a pang of sadness hitting me. There was a pause. "You weren't invited?" The genuine surprise in her voice confirmed my suspicions. She hadn't been told I was excluded. As Grandma's health declined more rapidly, the family began actively limiting my access to her. Aunt Judith instituted a rigid visiting schedule that allocated me only 2 hours on Sunday afternoons, claiming it was to avoid tiring Mother out. When I arrived for these visits, I often found a cousin or aunt dropping in at the exact same time, making any private conversation impossible. In response, I found creative ways to maintain our connection. I would bring lunch to share with Grandma on my days off from the hospice center. Maria, the home health aide, who genuinely cared for Grandma, would sometimes call me directly when she thought Grandma needed company or was having a particularly good day. The last Christmas before she died, I wasn't invited to the family gathering at all. I received a text from Aunt Judith. "We're keeping the holidays small this year. Mother needs rest." Later, I discovered from Maria that small meant everyone except me. So, on Christmas Eve, I dropped off a package with Maria, Grandma's favorite spice cookies, the ones we used to bake, a soft cashmere shawl in her favorite blue, and a photo album I'd created with pictures from her lake house across the decades. When Grandma passed away in April, I didn't get the news directly from family. Maria called me in tears from Grandma's house. By the time I arrived, Uncle Philip and Aunt Judith were already there, speaking with the funeral director about arrangements. "Oh, Amanda," Aunt Judith said with artificial sweetness when she saw me. "We were going to call you, of course." The funeral was a parade of family politics. I was seated in the third row, behind extended family members who had seen Grandma maybe twice in the last decade. I wasn't asked to speak, despite having spent more time with her than anyone in recent years. Uncle Philip delivered a eulogy that focused largely on Grandma's late husband's business acumen and the legacy he had left the family. Through it all, I kept thinking about what Grandma had said about making things right. I had no idea how prophetic those words would prove to be. 2 weeks after the funeral, I was preparing dinner in my small apartment when my phone pinged with that text message. The one from Rachel, obviously sent to a group by mistake. "We'll reading tomorrow at Harrison's office. 2 p.m. Mom says not to tell Amanda." I stared at the message, my stomach dropping. A second later, another message followed. "Sorry, wrong thread. Ignore that, please." I sat down at my kitchen table, a cold feeling spreading through me. So, this was how it would be. They weren't even going to tell me about the will reading. Whatever inheritance Grandma may have left me, they were apparently planning to keep me in the dark entirely. All night, I debated what to do. Part of me, the part that hated conflict, wanted to just let it go, to rise above the pettiness. I had never cared about Grandma's money. Our relationship had been about love, not inheritance. But another part of me, a stronger part, felt that Grandma would want me there. If nothing else, I deserved to hear her final wishes, even if she had left me nothing. By morning, I had made my decision. I called in to take the day off from work, something I rarely did. I carefully selected my outfit, a simple navy blue dress that Grandma had always complimented, professional but not showy. I wanted to look respectful, not like someone desperate for money. As I drove to the law office in downtown Boston, my hands were shaking on the steering wheel. I rehearsed what I might say, how I would handle the inevitable confrontation. In the parking lot, I sat for several minutes, gathering my courage. "Stand up for yourself, Amanda." I could almost hear Grandma's voice. "You belong anywhere I wanted you to be." The law office of Harrison and Associates occupied the top floor of a distinguished old building. When the elevator doors opened, I saw them immediately. Uncle Philip and Aunt Judith, my cousins Rachel and Nathan, Aunt Grace and her husband Tom, even distant cousin Louis, who had barely spoken to Grandma in a decade. They were clustered in the waiting area, speaking in low, conspiratorial voices. Aunt Judith saw me first. Her face froze in mid-sentence, then quickly rearranged itself into a mask of pure disapproval. "Amanda," she said loudly, causing everyone else to turn, "what are you doing here?" I lifted my chin slightly. "I'm here for Grandma's will reading." Uncle Philip stepped forward, physically placing himself between me and the group. "You weren't invited. This is for family." "I am family," I said simply. "You know what he means," Rachel interjected, her voice dripping with venom. "Family who respected Grandma's wishes instead of trying to influence her." Before I could respond, a door opened, and an elderly man with silver hair and kind eyes appeared. "Are we all here for the Eleanor Miller estate?" he asked, then noticed the tension. "Is there a problem?" Aunt Judith stepped forward with her most charming, fake smile. "Mr. Harrison, there seems to be a misunderstanding. Amanda wasn't supposed to be included in today's reading." Mr. Harrison looked confused. "Miss Amanda Miller? Eleanor's granddaughter?" "Yes, that's me," I confirmed. He consulted his clipboard. "Then you're definitely supposed to be here. Please, everyone, come in." The conference room was elegant, but not ostentatious, with a long mahogany table and comfortable leather chairs. I took a seat near the door, feeling every eye on me. The whispers were barely concealed. She must have found out somehow. Philip is going to be furious. After everything she pulled with the lake house. Mr. Harrison cleared his throat, bringing the room to order. "Before we begin, I should mention that I was Eleanor's friend, as well as her attorney for over 30 years. She was very specific about her wishes, and I intend to honor them exactly." He began to reach for a folder, but Aunt Judith interrupted again. "Mr. Harrison, I feel I should explain the situation with Amanda. She wasn't invited today because we've already discussed the distribution of most items. We didn't want to waste your time." I felt my face burning as everyone shifted to look at me again. "We already divided everything," my aunt announced with finality. "You weren't invited for a reason." Mr. Harrison frowned, looking genuinely puzzled. "I'm afraid there's been a serious misunderstanding, Mrs. Carter. Nothing should have been distributed yet." He looked directly at me. "And as for Miss Amanda Miller not being invited," he opened the folder in front of him and adjusted his glasses. "That would be highly irregular considering the contents of the will." "What do you mean?" Uncle Philip demanded, his face already turning red. Mr. Harrison looked up, his expression professionally neutral, but with something like quiet satisfaction in his eyes. "I mean that her name is the only one in the will." The room went deadly silent. I felt as though all the air had been sucked out, leaving us in a vacuum where no one dared to breathe. "That's impossible," Uncle Philip finally sputtered. "There must be some mistake." "I assure you there is not," Mr. Harrison replied, his tone making it clear he was not a man who made mistakes. "Perhaps it would be best if I simply read the will as Eleanor intended." Mr. Harrison put on his reading glasses and began in a clear, steady voice. "I, Eleanor Catherine Miller, being of sound mind and body, hereby declare this to be my last will and testament, revoking all previous wills and codicils." The formal legal language continued for a moment before he reached the critical section. After careful consideration and observation of my family over these past years, I have come to a decision regarding the distribution of my estate. I hereby bequeath all my property, both real and personal, including but not limited to my primary residence at 47 Beacon Hill Avenue, my vacation property at Lake Winnipesaukee, all financial accounts, investments, personal belongings, and family heirlooms, to my granddaughter, Amanda Rose Miller. There was a collective gasp. Rachel, bless her heart, dropped her water glass, sending it shattering across the hardwood floor. No one moved to clean it up. "This can't be legal," Uncle Philip said, his face an alarming shade of crimson. Mr. Harrison continued as if he hadn't been interrupted. "I have enclosed a personal letter explaining my decisions, which Mr. Harrison will provide to Amanda privately. However, I wish to make clear that this decision was made with full awareness and careful consideration." He looked up from the document. "There is more, but perhaps we should address the immediate concerns first." Aunt Judith was crying now, mascara tracking down her cheeks. After everything we did for her, the doctor appointments, the family dinners, maintaining her social standing when she insisted on associating with those charity people. Nathan leaned forward. "We'll contest it. She was clearly not of sound mind." Mr. Harrison shook his head slightly. "I would advise against that course of action." Eleanor anticipated this reaction and took extensive measures to document her mental competence. She underwent comprehensive cognitive evaluations by 3 separate neurologists in the months before her passing, all of whom certified her as fully competent to make these decisions. As the reality slowly, painfully, sank in, I remembered Grandma's words. "I've been watching all of you for years." She hadn't been making idle conversation. She had been testing us, observing how we behaved when we thought there was nothing to gain. Mr. Harrison reached into his briefcase and removed a sealed envelope. "Amanda, your grandmother asked me to give you this letter privately, but given the circumstances, you might want to share certain portions with the family." With trembling hands, I opened the envelope and began to read silently. "My dearest Amanda, if you're reading this, then I've moved on to whatever comes next, and you've just discovered that you're my sole heir. I imagine the family is not taking it well. For years, I've watched how each of you behaved around me. Philip visited only when he wanted to discuss rationalizing my assets. Judith came with expensive gifts, but never stayed long enough for a real conversation. The grandchildren, except for you, called only on birthdays and holidays. But you, Amanda, you came because you wanted to be with me. You listened to my stories, baked my recipes, and treated me like a person, not a bank account waiting to be accessed. I've been conducting a test these past years. I deliberately mentioned valuable items around different family members to see how they would react. I watched who asked about my health and who asked about my portfolio. I noticed who helped because they cared and who helped because they thought they should. You were the only one who never failed the test. With love and complete confidence in you, Grandma Eleanor." I looked up from the letter, tears streaming down my face, to find the room in utter chaos. Uncle Philip was on his phone, presumably calling his lawyer. Aunt Judith was loudly berating Mr. Harrison about undue influence. Rachel was sobbing dramatically, while Nathan stared blankly at the wall. "There's something else you should all know," Mr. Harrison said loudly, cutting through the noise. Eleanor documented everything. She kept meticulous records of visits, conversations, and behaviors. She installed a security system in her home 2 years ago that tracked who came and went. She saved text messages and emails. She even recorded some conversations, which is legal in Massachusetts as long as one party consents. He opened another folder. Furthermore, Eleanor was aware that items had already been removed from her home without her permission. She maintained a complete inventory with photographs of all her possessions. "That's ridiculous," Aunt Judith scoffed, but her voice lacked all conviction. "Is it?" Mr. Harrison raised an eyebrow. "Then perhaps you can explain why the Tiffany lamp from the study is currently in your living room, Mrs. Carter, or why Eleanor's diamond tennis bracelet was worn by Rachel at a charity event last month, or why paintings from the lake house have been photographed in Philip's office." The color drained from their faces. "The will includes a condition," Mr. Harrison continued. "Any items removed from Eleanor's properties must be returned within 30 days. Failure to do so will result in legal action." Uncle Philip finally exploded. "This is your doing!" he shouted at me, pointing a trembling finger. You manipulated a confused old woman. You pitted her against her own family. I thought of all the Sunday afternoons I'd spent with Grandma, talking about books and birds and family history. I thought of the times I'd driven her to doctor appointments when no one else would take time off work. I thought of the simple joy on her face when I brought her favorite ice cream just because it was Tuesday. "No, Uncle Philip," I said quietly, my voice surprisingly steady. Grandma knew exactly what she was doing. She always did. The next few weeks were a nightmare. I left Mr. Harrison's office that day with Grandma's letter clutched to my chest and my family's threats echoing in my ears. Uncle Philip's final words to me were, "This isn't over." Not by a long shot. He wasn't lying. The very next morning, my phone began ringing before dawn. First, Aunt Judith, then Cousin Rachel, then relatives I barely knew, all demanding explanations, making accusations, or attempting to negotiate for items they felt entitled to. I stopped answering unknown numbers, but the voicemails piled up. "Amanda, this is your Aunt Judith. I expect you to do the right thing here. Your grandmother wasn't thinking clearly. We all know it. Call me back immediately. Hey, it's Nathan. Look, I know we haven't been close, but that silver set was promised to me years ago. I can send you the email where Grandma mentioned it. Amanda, this is Uncle Philip. My lawyer will be contacting you. What you've done is despicable and won't stand up in court." By the end of the week, the harassment had moved online. Rachel posted a thinly veiled attack on social media. Amazing how some people can pretend to care about family just to get what they want. True colors always show eventually. Distant relatives I hadn't spoken to in years were suddenly messaging me, either condemning me or trying to establish a friendly connection now that I had inherited wealth. I changed my phone number and locked down my social media accounts. But the stress was taking a physical toll. I wasn't sleeping. I had constant headaches. And my supervisor at the hospice center noticed. "Amanda, is everything all right?" she asked after I forgot to document a medication change. "This isn't like you." I broke down and told her everything. She immediately insisted I take a week of personal leave. "Your patients need you at your best," she said kindly. "Take some time to get your legal affairs in order." During that week, I finally visited Grandma's house. My house now, according to the will. I used the key I'd had for years and walked into the silent, empty rooms that still smelled faintly of her perfume. But something was wrong. The house felt hollow, with conspicuous empty spaces on walls and shelves. Moving from room to room, I began to realize the extent of what had happened. The antique clock that had always stood in the hallway, gone. The collection of crystal figurines Grandma had treasured, missing several pieces. Her jewelry box in the bedroom, nearly empty. They had already taken so much, not just valuable items, but things of purely sentimental value. The hand-knit Afghan Grandma's mother had made, the collection of souvenir spoons from her travels with Grandpa, even the worn recipe book where she had penciled notes in the margins. I sank onto her bed, stripped now of the handmade quilt that should have been there, and sobbed until I had no tears left. It wasn't about the monetary value. It was the erasure of her presence, the theft of memories I had hoped to keep close. In the back of her closet, I found a small safe I hadn't known about. After trying several combinations that might be meaningful to her, I finally used her birthday, and it opened. Inside was a leather-bound journal, several USB drives, and a note in her handwriting, for Amanda. Use if necessary. The journal detailed everything. Every visit, every conversation, every borrowed item that was never returned. She had been documenting the family's behavior for years, creating a record that would be impossible to dispute. The USB drives contained backup copies of emails, photographs of her possessions, and even audio recordings. One entry from 6 months before her death stood out. "Philip visited today, spent 10 minutes asking about my health, then an hour trying to convince me to streamline my estate by selling the lake property. When I refused, he became quite irritated and said I was being irrational about a depreciating asset. What he doesn't know is that I had the property appraised last month. It's worth nearly double what it was when Harold and I bought it. Philip has never understood the difference between price and value." Another entry was even more telling. Judith brought Rachel for a casual visit today. While Judith kept me occupied in the living room, Rachel disappeared upstairs for nearly 20 minutes. After they left, I checked my jewelry box. As I suspected, my tennis bracelet is now missing. I've updated the inventory and taken photos of the empty space. I wonder if they realize there are cameras in the upstairs hallway. Now, armed with this explosive evidence, I contacted Mr. Harrison again. I need to fight back, I told him, my voice trembling but resolute. They've already taken so much. Eleanor suspected this might happen, he said gravely. She was very thorough in her preparations. I'll connect you with a litigation attorney who specializes in contested wills and estate theft. The attorney, Sarah Donovan, was a formidable woman in her 50s with a reputation for being absolutely relentless. She reviewed Grandma's documentation and immediately began drafting cease and desist letters to everyone who had taken items from the house. This is one of the most well-documented cases I've ever seen, she told me, a glint in her eye. Your grandmother was extraordinarily methodical. The legal pushback only intensified the family's campaign against me. Uncle Philip, true to his word, filed a lawsuit contesting the will on grounds of undue influence and lack of testamentary capacity. Aunt Judith began calling my colleagues at the hospice center, insinuating that I had neglected patients to spend time manipulating my grandmother. The director of the center called me into her office. Amanda, I know these accusations are baseless, she said, but they're becoming disruptive. Several families have expressed concerns after receiving calls from your aunt. My professional reputation, which I had built through years of dedicated care, was being systematically attacked. The stress became so severe that I developed insomnia and started having panic attacks. My doctor prescribed anxiety medication and strongly recommended therapy. Your physical symptoms are a direct result of this ongoing stress, she explained. This level of family conflict creates genuine trauma. Just when I thought things couldn't get any worse, I received an email from a local reporter asking for comment on the Miller family estate dispute that has divided one of Boston's oldest families. Somehow, the story had leaked to the press. That night, alone in my apartment with the curtains drawn, I hit my lowest point. I seriously considered giving up, signing over the inheritance just to make the nightmare end. I pulled out Grandma's letter again, seeking comfort in her words. Then, my phone pinged with a text from an unknown number. Amanda, it's Maria, your grandmother's health aide. I still have some things she wanted you to have. Personal things I kept safe. Can we meet? The next day, Maria handed me a small box. She made me promise to keep these separate from everything else in the house, Maria said. She said you'd know what to do with them when the time came. Inside the box were more memory cards and a small digital recorder. When I plugged the first card into my laptop, I found dozens of video files. Grandma sitting in her favorite chair, talking directly to the camera. In the first video, dated nearly a year before her death, she looked directly into the lens with clear, sharp eyes. My name is Eleanor Catherine Miller. Today is September 15th, and I am recording this of my own free will with full mental capacity, as Mr. Harrison can attest. The camera panned to show Mr. Harrison sitting nearby, who nodded and stated his name and the date. I want to explain my decisions regarding my will, Grandma continued. 4 years, I have observed my family's behavior. I have tested their character and their motivations, and I have made my decisions accordingly. She went on to detail specific incidents, dates, and observations that had led to her decision to leave everything to me. Her voice was strong, her reasoning clear and specific. There would be no way for anyone to claim she had been confused or manipulated. As I watched video after video, I felt Grandma's presence wash over me. She hadn't just left me her possessions. She had left me the means to defend her wishes. She had known exactly what would happen and had prepared for it meticulously. In the final video, recorded just weeks before her death, she looked more frail, but her eyes were still bright with determination. Amanda, if you're watching this, then things have gotten difficult, as I expected they might. Remember what I always told you about standing up for yourself. Sometimes kindness means having the courage to enforce boundaries. I didn't raise you to be a doormat, my dear. I raised you to be just like me, and I never let anyone take advantage of me. For the first time since the will reading, I felt a spark of my old strength returning. Grandma had trusted me not just with her possessions, but with her legacy. I couldn't let her down. The next morning, I called Sarah Donovan. I have something you need to see, I told her, and brought over all the videos and recordings. After reviewing them, She leaned back in her chair with the first genuine smile I'd seen from her. "This changes everything. Your grandmother didn't just build a case. She created a fortress. With this new evidence, we developed a comprehensive strategy. First, we filed a formal inventory of all missing items with the probate court, complete with photographs and documentation of their current locations. Then we sent formal legal demands for the return of every single item with a clear deadline. Simultaneously, Sarah filed a motion to dismiss Uncle Philip's lawsuit contesting the will, attaching Grandma's videos as exhibits. No judge in the Commonwealth will rule against your grandmother after seeing these," she assured me. We also reached out to the hospice center's legal team, providing evidence that the accusations against me were part of a targeted harassment campaign. They immediately issued cease and desist letters to my relatives, threatening legal action if the defamatory calls continued. For additional support, I contacted several of the nurses and aides who had cared for Grandma in her final months. They were happy to provide affidavits about the frequency of my visits compared to the rest of the family. "You were there at least twice a week," confirmed Nurse Thompson. "Sometimes your uncle would go a month without showing up, then spend the whole visit on his phone." Maria provided a detailed calendar she had kept of all visitors, showing that I had visited Grandma 64 times in her final year, while Uncle Philip had visited 7 times and Aunt Judith 9 times. My cousins had each visited only on holidays. We also obtained financial records, showing that Uncle Philip had borrowed substantial sums from Grandma over the years without repayment, and that Aunt Judith had charged numerous personal expenses to Grandma's accounts under the guise of caretaking costs. Armed with this mountain of irrefutable evidence, Sarah suggested we call a family meeting at her office. "Sometimes showing your full hand at once can avoid months of unnecessary litigation," she explained. The day of the meeting, I arrived early, my stomach in knots, despite our strong position. One by one, they filed in. Uncle Philip with his attorney, a nervous-looking man who kept checking his watch. Aunt Judith, who refused to meet my eyes. Cousins Rachel and Nathan, both trying to affect bored expressions that couldn't quite hide their raw anxiety. "Thank you all for coming," Sarah began once everyone was seated. "We've asked for this meeting to resolve some outstanding issues regarding Eleanor Miller's estate." Uncle Philip's attorney immediately launched into a prepared statement about significant concerns regarding undue influence and questions about testamentary capacity. Sarah let him finish before responding. "Before we proceed further, there are some materials I think everyone should review." She pressed a button on a remote, and the large screen on the wall came to life with Grandma's face. "My name is Eleanor Catherine Miller." Her clear voice filled the room. "Today is September 15th, and I am recording this of my own free will." As the video played, I watched my family's faces. Uncle Philip grew increasingly pale. Aunt Judith's hand flew to her mouth. Rachel began to cry silently. When it ended, Sarah simply said, "There are 17 more videos like this one, each addressing specific incidents and decisions." She paused, letting that sink in. Eleanor Miller was perhaps the most thorough client I've ever encountered. Posthumously, she built an ironclad case. Then, she changed the screen to show a spreadsheet. "This is the current inventory of items removed from Eleanor's properties without permission. Next to each item is its location, documentation of its removal, and its approximate value for insurance purposes. The total currently stands at just over $400,000. The room was deadly silent. "Ms. Miller is prepared to file criminal charges for theft if these items are not returned within 7 days," Sarah continued, her voice matter of fact. "Additionally, we have documentation of financial exploitation that could be of interest to the district attorney's office." Uncle Philip's attorney leaned over and whispered urgently in his ear. After a moment, Uncle Philip cleared his throat. "Perhaps we've all been hasty. Emotions run high after a loss like this." He trailed off. "Especially when there's money involved." I couldn't help but finish for him. The meeting ended with Uncle Philip's attorney requesting time to review the evidence and advise his client. 2 days later, he called Sarah to inform her that they would be withdrawing their lawsuit contesting the will. Within a week, items began appearing on Grandma's porch, delivered by moving companies rather than returned in person. The jewelry came back via courier, each piece carefully packaged. No notes, no apologies, but at least they were complying. I hadn't expected to hear directly from any of them. so I was surprised when Aunt Judith called me directly. "Amanda," she said, her voice lacking its usual sharpness. We didn't realize how much these past years meant to Mother." "You never asked," I replied simply. There was a long pause. "We thought you were taking advantage of her. We didn't understand why she preferred your company so much. Because I saw her as a person, not a balance sheet." Another pause. "Some of us would like to talk, to explain, maybe even to apologize." I considered her words. "I'm willing to listen, but I need time." After we hung up, I sat in Grandma's living room, truly my living room now, surrounded by the returned items that carried her memory. The victories of the past weeks felt hollow in some ways. I had the house, the possessions, the legal validation, but I'd lost what remained of my family in the process. The next day, I took action. I called each family member individually, offering them the opportunity to select one sentimental item from Grandma's belongings. Not the most valuable things, but something meaningful to remember her by. Some declined, still too proud or angry. But Rachel surprised me by asking for Grandma's recipe book. "She taught me to make snickerdoodles once," she admitted, her voice soft. "It's one of my few good memories with her. Would you be willing to share some of your memories with her someday?" Nathan requested Grandpa's old fishing tackle box from the lake house. "He took me fishing a few times when I was really little," he said, "before everything got so complicated." Uncle Philip predictably declined my offer, but Aunt Judith asked for one of Grandma's watercolor paintings, a simple landscape of the lake at sunset. "She painted it the summer before she married your grandfather," she told me. I always admired it. These small connections didn't heal the deep wounds that had been inflicted, but they were a start, a recognition that Grandma had been more than her wealth. She had been a person who touched all our lives in different ways. The court officially closed the case the following month, confirming me as the sole heir and legal owner of all Grandma's properties and possessions. The victory was complete, but complicated by the knowledge that relationships had been irreparably damaged. As I stood on the porch of Grandma's house, my house, watching the sunset, I thought about how she would feel about all that had happened, the ugliness, the accusations, the greed, but also the final honoring of her wishes. "You did good, Grandma," I whispered to the evening air. "You saw us all clearly, even when we couldn't see ourselves." 6 months after the will reading that changed everything, I sat in Grandma Eleanor's garden, now my garden, watching bees buzz lazily around the lavender bushes she had planted years ago. The property had transformed in subtle ways. I'd kept the character and warmth she had cultivated, but added touches that reflected my own personality. New bookshelves in the study, a small meditation corner in the sunroom, wind chimes hanging from the porch ceiling. The house no longer felt haunted by conflict. It had become a sanctuary again, just as it had been during my childhood visits. I'd taken a leave of absence from the hospice center to focus on settling the estate and determining my path forward. The inheritance had given me options I'd never imagined having, but also responsibilities I was still learning to navigate. One rainy afternoon, while organizing Grandma's desk, I found an envelope I had somehow missed during previous cleanings. It was addressed simply, "To Amanda, after everything is settled." Inside was a handwritten letter on Grandma's distinctive stationery. "My dearest Amanda, if you're reading this, then the storm has passed." Knowing our family, it was likely a Category 5 hurricane, but I had complete faith in your strength and resilience. I need to explain something I couldn't put in my official documents. This inheritance was never about punishing the others, though I'm sure that's how they saw it. It was about recognizing the heart that beats so strongly in you. The same heart my Harold had. The same heart your father, Robert, inherited. Money changes people, Amanda. I've watched it happen throughout my life. It can bring out selfishness, entitlement, and cruelty. But occasionally, very occasionally, it finds its way to someone who understands its true purpose, to create security that allows for generosity. I chose you not because you were perfect, or because you never disappointed me. I chose you because when you made mistakes, you owned them. When you disagreed with me, you did so respectfully. When you helped me, you did it without expectation of reward. The others will claim I was manipulated or confused. But the truth is simpler. I wanted my legacy in the hands of someone who would honor its spirit, not just preserve its value. Now, some advice from beyond. Don't let this wealth change who you are. Use it to become more authentically yourself. Take that trip to Italy we always talked about. Fund that pediatric hospice program you dreamed of creating. Keep the lake house in the family. Someday, you might have children who will love it as we did. And perhaps, when wounds have healed enough, find ways to include the family again. Not because they deserve it, but because connection matters. Set boundaries. Certainly, I wasn't raised to be a pushover, and neither were you, but leave room for growth and reconciliation. I love you, my dear girl. I'm so proud of the woman you've become. Grandma Eleanor. Tears streamed down my face as I read and reread her words. Even now, she was guiding me, offering wisdom and permission to forge my own path forward. In the weeks that followed, I began implementing her suggestions. I established the Eleanor Miller Memorial Scholarship at the nursing school I had attended, specifically for students interested in hospice and palliative care. I started the paperwork to create a foundation focused on supporting elderly individuals without family support, people who, unlike Grandma, didn't have anyone to advocate for them in their final years. I took that trip to Italy, visiting the small village in Tuscany where Grandma's parents had been born. Walking the same cobblestone streets they had walked, I felt a connection to my history that transcended the recent family conflict. As for the family themselves, healing came in small, unexpected moments. Cousin Rachel reached out first, asking if we could meet for coffee. She brought pictures of her new baby daughter, whom she had named Eleanor. I want her to know the real family stories, Rachel explained awkwardly, not just the polished versions we tell at fundraisers. Would you be willing to share some of your memories with her someday? Nathan invited me to his wedding, though I suspected his fiancée had insisted. Still, when I attended, he made a point of introducing me to everyone as my cousin who runs the Eleanor Miller Foundation. It wasn't warm, but it was acknowledgement. Aunt Judith remained distant, but sent a Christmas card with a brief note. Your grandmother would be proud of what you're doing with the foundation. Coming from her, it was practically an olive branch. Uncle Philip never came around. Some wounds run too deep, some pride too rigid to bend. I made peace with that reality, while leaving the door open should he ever change his mind. The greatest healing came through an unexpected connection. During one foundation event, I met Grandma's nephew, Lucas, my father's cousin, who had moved to California decades ago. He'd lost touch with the family, but had fond memories of Grandma and my father. Robert was the best of us, he told me over dinner. He chose teaching over money, substance over status. Eleanor adored him for living authentically. Through Lucas, I discovered a branch of the family untainted by the inheritance battle. Second and third cousins who shared stories and photographs I'd never seen, expanding my understanding of our family history beyond the narrow narrative I'd grown up with. 1 year after Grandma's passing, I hosted a memorial dinner at the house. I invited only those who had genuinely cared for her, Maria and other caregivers, Mr. Harrison, a few neighbors who had been true friends, Lucas and his family, and yes, even Rachel and her baby Eleanor. We shared stories, laughter, and a few tears, creating the kind of gathering Grandma would have loved. As everyone mingled in the garden afterward, Mr. Harrison approached me with a glass of Grandma's favorite sherry. You know, he said quietly, I've handled hundreds of estates over my career, seen families torn apart and relationships destroyed over far less than what was at stake here. I'm not sure a family fared much better, I admitted a little sadly. He shook his head. You misunderstand me. The miracle isn't that some relationships survived. It's that you remained true to yourself throughout. He smiled gently. Eleanor told me once that her greatest achievement wasn't her wealth or status, but raising a son who valued integrity enough to pass it to his daughter. I looked around at the gathering, not the family I had expected to have, but a chosen family bound by genuine love and respect for Grandma Eleanor. On the mantel inside, her photograph watched over us all, her slight smile seeming to say she had known how everything would unfold. The inheritance had cost me relationships, but it had given me something far more valuable, the freedom to live by my own values, just as my father had done, just as Grandma had taught me. I understood now that this had been her true bequest. Not the house or the money, but the courage to stand firm in my truth. As the evening drew to a close and the last guests trickled away, I stood on the porch watching fireflies dance in the warm summer dusk. We did it, Grandma, I whispered. We set things right. Have you ever had to find your voice in the face of impossible family expectations, or even outright injustice. What did you do? I'd genuinely love to hear your experiences and thoughts in the comments below. If this story spoke to you, please consider hitting that subscribe button for more heartfelt tales about family bonds, surprising legacies, and discovering inner strength when life gets complicated. Remember, sometimes the most meaningful inheritance isn't money or possessions, but the wisdom, love, and resilience passed down through generations. Thank you for being part of my journey today. May you always find the strength to live your truth, just as my grandmother Eleanor taught me to live mine. At my graduation dinner, everyone was laughing until Grandma smiled at Timmy and said, "I'm glad the $1,500 I send you every month is helping." I froze, looked around, and said, "I never received any money." Everyone slowly turned to stare at my parents, who sat completely silent. Grandma placed her plate down. And then it all began. Can you even imagine discovering that the people you trusted most in the world, your own parents, weren't just neglecting you, but actively stealing your future? That they manipulated you into believing you were a burden, making you feel guilty for existing, while secretly using you as their personal bank account. That's my story, and it all came crashing down the night I graduated with one innocent question that shattered my entire reality. Every summer job paycheck, every birthday card with a 20 tucked inside, every scholarship meant to ease my burden. It all just vanished, swallowed whole by the black hole of family expenses. My parents always claimed I'd learned to live small, to apologize for needing new shoes, to work double shifts between classes with my stomach growling. It was the only life I knew, a constant cycle of sacrifice and guilt. Until that night, my graduation dinner, when my grandmother's innocent questions ripped through the carefully constructed lies and shattered everything. "Hope the $1,500 I've been sending you monthly helped, sweetheart," she said, her voice full of genuine concern. The silence that followed was deafening. My parents' faces, suddenly drained of color, told me everything I needed to know before I even fully understood. $72,000, stolen from me by the very people who were supposed to protect me. 4 years, I had believed I was the burden, the drain on their finances. In that moment, I realized I'd been the bank. And as I looked into my grandmother's eyes, seeing her quiet fury ignite, I knew some betrayals can't be forgiven. Some debts must be paid in full. I smoothed down the front of my graduation gown for what felt like the 100th time, stealing glances at my reflection in the hallway mirror. 4 years of late nights, ramen dinners, and scraping by had led to this moment. My parents' voices floated from the dining room, that familiar, performative hostess laugh my mother reserved for company, reaching my ears. "Kala, sweetheart, everyone's waiting." Her voice was sugary, just like the fake smile I knew she was wearing. I took a deep breath, trying to calm the nervous flutter in my chest, and stepped into the dining room. Our modest home had been transformed for the occasion. Fresh flowers I knew we couldn't afford, the good china that only appeared when my grandmother visited, and even a "Congratulations, graduate" banner hanging above the fireplace. My father, Porter, was pouring wine, engaging my uncle in a conversation about property values, always about money, always about appearances. My mother, Elaine, fluttered between guests with practiced grace, her pearl earrings catching the light. And then there was Grandma Vivian. Unlike the others, she rose immediately when I entered, her eyes bright with genuine pride. "There she is," Vivian announced, crossing the room with surprising speed for someone 72. My brilliant granddaughter. Her embrace felt different from my mother's perfunctory hugs. Warmer, tighter, sincere. Vivian pulled back, holding me at arm's length to take me in. "You look exactly like my mother on her graduation day," she said, her voice thick with emotion. Strong, ready for anything. My mother suddenly appeared at my side, placing a hand on my shoulder with just enough pressure to create distance between Vivian and me. "Mother, you're going to wrinkle her gown before we take pictures." Vivian's eyes flashed, but her smile remained. "Some things are worth wrinkling for, Elaine." The dynamic between them had always been tense, though neither would acknowledge it openly. Vivian lived 3 hours away in her small Victorian home, the one she refused to sell even after my grandfather passed. She visited rarely, usually for holidays and special occasions, each visit marked by my mother's anxiety and my father's strategic absences. Dinner progressed with the expected small talk. My father stood to offer a toast, champagne flute raised high. To Kala, who has made us proud by graduating with honors, he said, his practiced smile not quite reaching his eyes. Though we always knew she would succeed. My mother nodded enthusiastically. Despite the financial challenges, we always told you, didn't we, Kala, that no matter how tight things got, we'd find a way. I smiled weakly, a familiar ache in my chest. I remembered the countless times I'd heard those exact words. We can't afford that right now, Kayla. Maybe next semester. You know how tight things are. It had been the soundtrack of my college years. The reason I'd worked 2 jobs while carrying a full course load. The explanation for why I couldn't join my friends on spring break. Why I couldn't afford therapy when panic attacks started during sophomore year. Why I wore the same 3 outfits in rotation until they frayed at the seams. Kala has always been so understanding about our situation. My mother continued, reaching for my hand across the table. So mature about the sacrifices. Vivian set her fork down with deliberate care. Sacrifices, she repeated, her tone neutral, but her eyes sharp. My father cleared his throat. Well, you know, Mother Vivian, not everyone has unlimited resources. We've always been honest with Kala about our financial situation. Honest, Vivian repeated again, her gaze unwavering. She turned to me then, with an unusual intensity. Kala, the monthly deposits, the $1,500 I've been sending you throughout college, has it helped with those sacrifices? The table went silent. My glass froze halfway to my lips as I processed her words. What money? I asked slowly, the question hanging in the air like smoke. The room temperature seemed to drop 10 degrees. My eyes darted to my parents, who had gone completely still. My mother's face drained of color while my father's jaw tightened almost imperceptibly. The $1,500 I've been sending every month since you started college, Vivian clarified, her eyes never leaving mine. For expenses, emergencies, and so you wouldn't have to work yourself to exhaustion while studying. The silence stretched, broken only by the sound of my uncle awkwardly setting down his utensils. There must be some misunderstanding, my mother finally said, her laugh brittle and false. Mother, perhaps we should discuss this in private. I've never received any money from Grandma, I said, my voice sounding distant even to my own ears. Not once. Vivian's expression hardened as she turned to face my parents. Elaine, what is she talking about? My father recovered first, his business smile sliding into place. There must be some banking mix-up. I'm sure we can sort this out. Elaine handles the accounts. I have every receipt, Vivian cut in, her voice quiet but firm. Every transfer confirmation for 4 years. The realization hit me like a physical blow. For 4 years. $72,000. While I'd been eating ramen and working night shifts at the campus coffee shop. While I'd been turning down medical care and social opportunities. While I'd been drowning in guilt every time I spent money on basic necessities. You said we were struggling, I whispered, looking at my mother, my voice laced with disbelief. You said you were taking extra shifts to help me stay in school. My mother's hand trembled as she reached for her wine glass. We were saving it. For your future. For emergencies. What emergencies? I demanded, my voice rising, an unfamiliar anger bubbling up. The emergency when my car broke down and I couldn't get to class for 2 weeks because you said you couldn't help? The emergency when I needed a root canal and you told me to take ibuprofen until summer break. Vivian placed her napkin on the table and stood with quiet dignity. I think we've had enough celebration for tonight. Kala, would you walk me to my car? My father stood abruptly. Mother Vivian, please. Let's not ruin Kala's special day with a misunderstanding. It's not a misunderstanding, Vivian replied coldly. And the only ones ruining anything are you and my daughter. She turned to me, her voice softening. Kala, I'll be at the Parkside Hotel downtown, room 312. Come see me when you're ready to talk. As she walked out, the silence she left behind was deafening. My cousins stared at their plates. My uncle muttered something about family matters. My aunt suggested they should leave. I remained frozen, watching the family celebration disintegrate around me, suddenly aware that everything I thought I knew about my life, about my parents, might be built on lies. Sleep refused to come that night. I lay in my childhood bedroom, staring at the glow-in-the-dark stars my father had put on the ceiling when I was 10. One of the few happy memories I had with him. The conversation with my parents after everyone left had been brief and utterly unsatisfying. "We were protecting you," my mother had insisted, her mascara smudged from what looked suspiciously like crocodile tears. "You weren't ready for that kind of money. We were going to give it to you after graduation as a surprise." My father had been more strategic. "Your grandmother has always tried to control this family with her money. We were teaching you independence." Independence. The word echoed mockingly in my mind as I remember the nights I'd gone hungry to save for textbooks. The scholarships I'd fought for, the loans I'd taken out despite my parents' assurances they were handling things. By dawn, I was sitting cross-legged on my bed, surrounded by old journals, birthday cards, and letters. I'd started noticing patterns, references to gifts I'd never received. My mother's constant comments about my expensive taste. The guilt trips when I needed new clothes or school supplies. When the first light of morning filtered through my curtains, I dressed quietly and slipped out of the house before my parents woke. The drive to the Parkside Hotel took only 15 minutes, but it felt like crossing a boundary into new, terrifying territory. Vivian answered her door immediately, already dressed in a simple blue blouse and slacks, her silver hair neatly pinned back. She didn't seem surprised to see me. "I've been up since 5, she said, ushering me in. Some habits never die, even in retirement. The hotel room was modest but comfortable. Vivian had already ordered breakfast. "Enough for 2. "I thought you might come early," she explained, pouring me coffee. "You have questions. I have answers. But first, eat something. You look exhausted." I picked at a croissant while Vivian sat across from me, her posture perfect, but her eyes gentle. "I should have checked on you directly," she began, regret evident in her voice. "I trusted Elaine when she said you were too busy with studies to talk much. That was my mistake. How long have you been sending money?" I asked, the coffee bitter on my tongue. Vivian sighed. "Since you started college. $1,500 every month. But that's not all." She reached for her purse and removed a leather portfolio. "I also sent $500 monthly throughout your high school years for your college fund, I was told." My hands began to shake. "That's another $24,000. "Yes," she confirmed softly. "Nearly $100,000 total meant for you." Vivian opened the portfolio, revealing meticulously organized bank statements. "I've always kept records. Your grandfather taught me that." I stared at the papers, each one a cold, hard confirmation of my parents' betrayal. "Why didn't you ever mention it when we talked?" I asked, confused. "We rarely talked, Kala. That's part of the problem." Vivian's voice sharpened. "Every time I called, Elaine said you were studying or working. When I sent birthday cards or Christmas gifts with checks, she'd tell me later how you'd spent them. I believed her." She paused, her hands clasping together tightly. "I should have pushed harder. I failed you." "No," I said firmly, the words surprising us both. "They failed me. They lied to both of us." Vivian nodded slowly. "Yes, and I think we need to understand how deep this goes." After breakfast, we made a plan. I would check my bank records and gather evidence. Vivian would consult her attorney about legal options. We would meet again the next day. As I drove back to my apartment near campus, my mind raced with memories. The time my mother claimed my birthday check from Vivian had bounced, making me feel too ashamed to thank my grandmother. The college trip to Europe I'd been forced to decline because my parents said we couldn't afford the deposit, despite Vivian's money supposedly waiting in my account. The winter my heat was shut off because I couldn't pay the bill while I worked double shifts between classes. At my apartment, I pulled out my laptop and logged into my bank account, the one my mother had helped me set up when I turned 18. I scrolled through years of transactions, searching for any trace of Vivian's generosity. Nothing. With shaking hands, I called the bank. "I need to know if there are any other accounts associated with my social security number," I said after verifying my identity. "I see 3 accounts," the representative replied. "Your checking and savings that you're currently viewing online, and a joint account with Elaine Winter." My stomach dropped. "I never opened a joint account with my mother. The paperwork was completed when you were 17, according to our records. Your mother has signatory authority." I ended the call and immediately texted my cousin Marin. We'd been close as children but had drifted apart in recent years. Something I now suspected might have been deliberate on my parents' part. Need to talk. It's important. About money in our family. Her response came within minutes. Finally figure it out. Call me. Miran's voice was familiar yet distant when I called. I wondered when you'd realize what was happening, she said without preamble. Elaine and Uncle Porter did the same thing with my college fund from Grandpa before he died. They managed it until there was nothing left. Why didn't you tell me? I asked, hurt mingling with anger. I tried once. You defended them so fiercely that Elaine convinced everyone I was jealous and lying. Miran's voice was matter-of-fact, devoid of bitterness. After that, my parents wouldn't let me spend time with you unsupervised. Said I was a bad influence. The conversation with Miran opened another wound. The crushing realization that my isolation hadn't been accidental. Friends who drifted away after meeting my parents. Relatives who stopped inviting me to events. The subtle ways my mother had criticized anyone who got too close to me. That evening, I received an email from Vivian with a notarized letter from her bank confirming all transfers made to my parents over the years. Nearly $100,000, just as she'd said. The evidence was irrefutable. I drove to my parents' house the next morning, determined to confront them directly. My mother answered the door in her bathrobe, feigning surprise. Kala, we thought you'd gone back to your apartment. Come in, I'll make coffee. My father sat at the kitchen table, newspaper in hand, as if it were any normal day. He lowered it slightly when I entered, his expression carefully neutral. I know about the joint account, I said without preamble. I know you forged my signature when I was 17. My mother's hand stilled on the coffee pot. That's a serious accusation, Kala. It's not an accusation. It's a fact. The bank confirmed it. My father folded his newspaper deliberately. We did what any responsible parents would do. You were a minor. We established an account for your future. Where's the money? I demanded. Grandma's money. My money. My mother's face transformed, her expression hardening. After everything we've done for you, this is how you repay us. With accusations. Where do you think your tuition came from? Your apartment. Your car. I paid for my apartment with my jobs. I countered. I got scholarships for tuition. And the car was from Uncle Julian. You just put it in your name because of insurance rates. You're being ungrateful, my mother said, her voice rising. We sacrificed everything for you. What did you sacrifice? I asked, my voice deadly quiet. Your trips to Mexico every winter? The kitchen renovation last year? Dad's new car. My father stood, his chair scraping against the floor. That's enough. You don't understand adult responsibilities, Kala. We had expenses. Investments. Stop lying. I shouted, surprising even myself with the force of my anger. Just stop. I have the bank records. I have Grandma's notarized statements. I know what you did. My mother's face crumpled into tears. The same performance I'd seen countless times when she wanted to end a difficult conversation. How can you do this to us after all we've done? You're breaking my heart. For the first time, I recognized the manipulation in her tears. The way she'd always twisted situations to make herself the victim. How many times had I comforted her when I was the one who had been wronged? I'm going to find out exactly what happened to that money, I said, backing toward the door. And I'm going to make sure Grandma knows everything. My father's expression darkened. Don't threaten us, Kala. We're still your parents. Not anymore, I whispered, the words burning my throat. Not after this. I left their house feeling both shattered and strangely free. In my car, I found a text from Vivian. My attorney will see us at 2 p.m. I'll pick you up at your apartment. We'll face this together. For the first time in years, I felt like I wasn't alone. The attorney's office was housed in a converted Victorian downtown, its interior warm with wood paneling and leather chairs. Mr. Harlow, Vivian's attorney for over 20 years, was a slim man with silver-rimmed glasses and a deliberate way of speaking that immediately put me at ease. What we're looking at here, he said after reviewing our documents, is potentially financial fraud and grand theft. The forgery of your signature on the joint account when you were a minor is particularly troubling. Vivian sat beside me, her hand occasionally squeezing mine when my voice faltered as I explained my financial history. The psychological component is equally concerning, Mr. Harlow continued. What you're describing, The isolation from family members, the guilt manipulation, the controlled narrative about money, these are hallmarks of financial abuse. The word abuse landed like a physical blow. I had never applied that term to my upbringing, despite the constant anxiety, the walking on eggshells, the crushing guilt whenever I needed something. "Can we prove it?" Vivian asked, her voice steady, but her fingers trembling slightly against mine. "With what you've provided, we have a strong start," Mr. Harlow confirmed. "Bank records don't lie. The notarized confirmation of your transfers, Miss Winter, establishes intent. Now we need to trace where the money went." As we left the attorney's office, Vivian suggested dinner at a small restaurant nearby. Over soup and sandwiches, she watched me with concern. "You're very quiet," she observed. Having second thoughts, I shook my head, just processing, remembering things differently now. "Like what?" she prompted softly. "Like when I was 16 and wanted to attend a summer writing program at Northwestern," I began. "Mom said we couldn't afford it, even though I'd earned a partial scholarship. She cried about how embarrassed she was, that she couldn't provide opportunities for me." I pushed my soup bowl away. "I wrote a letter declining the scholarship, apologizing for wasting their time." Vivian's expression darkened. "That was the summer I sent an extra $3,000 specifically for Kala's writing program. Elaine told me you'd changed your mind about attending." "There were so many things like that," I whispered, the weight of years of deceit pressing down on me. "School trips, doctor visits, even clothes. I wore the same jeans until they had holes because Mom would make comments about how expensive my taste was, how tight money was that month. While they renovated their bathroom and took cruises," Vivian added, her tone bitter. "I blame myself," I admitted, my voice thick with emotion. "For wanting too much, for being a burden." Vivian reached across the table, her eyes fierce. "You were a child, their child, never a burden." The next day, I met with Miss Reynolds, my high school English teacher. She'd always taken a special interest in my writing, often giving me extra books and sometimes even lunch money, which I'd accepted with burning shame. "I'm not entirely surprised," she said when I explained why I wanted to meet. "I called Child Protective Services once during your junior year." I stared at her in shock. "You did what?" Miss Reynolds nodded gravely. "You came to school in December wearing only a light jacket. When I asked about a winter coat, you said you didn't want to stress your parents out by asking for one. You were working at that grocery store after school, but seemed afraid to spend money on yourself." She sighed. "CPS visited, but your mother was very convincing. Said you were going through a dramatic phase. Nothing came of it." That evening, Vivian introduced me to Uncle Julian, my father's brother, whom I barely knew. He'd been largely absent from family gatherings for years, something my father had explained away as Julian's instability. Julian met us at Vivian's hotel, his resemblance to my father striking despite his more casual appearance and genuine smile. "Porter cut me out years ago," he explained, accepting the coffee Vivian offered, "after I confronted him about some financial irregularities in our mother's estate." "What kind of irregularities?" I asked, a cold dread settling in my stomach. Julian's expression hardened. Money disappeared. Accounts were mysteriously emptied. Porter had power of attorney, and when I questioned certain transactions, I became persona non grata. He looked at me with sympathy. "I'm sorry I wasn't there for you, Kala. I tried to stay in touch, but your parents returned my letters and gifts." "They did what?" I whispered, my heart aching. "Classic isolation tactic," Vivian murmured. "Cut off potential allies." Julian leaned forward, his expression serious. "Listen to me, Kala. They'll do anything to maintain their image. When you confront them legally, and you should, they'll cry. They'll plead. They'll promise change. Don't trust their apologies." That night, as if on cue, my phone lit up with messages from my mother. Sweet, conciliatory texts promising explanations, inviting me to dinner, to work things out as a family. I showed the messages to Vivian, who was staying an extra week in town to support me. "Don't go alone," she warned. "They'll outnumber you, manipulate the conversation. If you want to hear them out, I'll go with you." My boyfriend, called while I was with Vivian. We'd been dating for 8 months. He was kind and stable, if somewhat conventional. When I explained the situation, his response left me cold. "Are you sure you want to go through with this?" he asked. "Legal battles with family can drag on for years." Maybe they really were trying to protect you in their own way. They stole from me, I said, disbelief creeping into my voice. They lied to me my entire life. I know, and that's wrong, he backpedaled quickly. I just wonder if it's worth all this drama. Families are complicated. After we hung up, Vivian found me crying on the balcony of her hotel room. Ree thinks I should let it go, I explained, wiping my eyes. That it's not worth the drama. Vivian's expression was compassionate but firm. When people show you who they're willing to stand beside in a crisis, believe them. She sat next to me, wrapping a blanket around my shoulders. You're not alone in this fight, Kala. I'm here. Julian's here. Your cousin Mirren, even your teacher. You have allies. The next day, armed with Julian's advice and Vivian's unwavering support, I agreed to meet my parents, but on neutral ground, at a coffee shop downtown with Vivian present. My mother's face tightened when she saw my grandmother, but she quickly recovered, reaching for me with outstretched arms. Kala, sweetheart, we've been so worried. I stepped back, avoiding her embrace. I'm here to listen to your explanation. That's all. My father cleared his throat, glancing nervously at the neighboring tables. Could we discuss this somewhere more private? No, Vivian and I said simultaneously. We sat at a corner table, my parents across from us. I placed my phone between us, the recording app visibly running. For my records, I explained. My mother's smile faltered. Is that really necessary? Yes, I said simply. Now, explain where my money went. What followed was a master class in deflection. My father talked about family finances and shared resources. My mother dabbed at non-existent tears while mentioning her sacrifices and maternal concern about my financial responsibility. So you admit you took the money? I pressed. We managed it. My father corrected, growing frustrated. As any responsible parents would. You didn't know how to handle large sums. How would you know? I countered. You never gave me the chance. We put it in a family joint account, he said, the admission slipping out. For emergencies in your future. I leaned forward. Where is it now? My parents exchanged glances. There were expenses. My mother began vaguely. What expenses? Your tuition. I had scholarships and loans. The car. Uncle Julian paid for that. My father's composure cracked slightly. We're your parents, Kala. We don't owe you an itemized receipt for every decision we made on your behalf. Vivian, who had been silently observing, finally spoke. Actually, legally you do. Especially since you forged her signature and diverted funds specifically designated for her use. My mother turned on Vivian, her mask slipping completely. You've always undermined my parenting. Always thought you knew better. Well, look what you've done now. Turned my own daughter against me. You did that yourself, Elaine, Vivian replied calmly. I stood, gathering my phone and bag. This meeting is over. My attorney will be in touch. As we walked away, my mother called after me, her voice breaking dramatically. Kala, please. We're still your family. Vivian's arm wrapped around my shoulders as we reached the door. Family doesn't steal from family, she said, loud enough for my parents to hear. And family certainly doesn't manipulate a child into believing she's a burden. Outside in the bright afternoon sun, I took my first deep breath in what felt like days. What now? Vivian's smile was both sad and determined. Now we make sure they never do this to anyone else. And we build something better for you, something honest. For the first time since graduation dinner, I felt something like hope blooming in my chest. The road ahead would be difficult, but at least now I could see it clearly, and I wasn't walking it alone. The morning I filed the formal legal complaint, something shifted inside me. Standing beside Vivian in the county courthouse, watching as the clerk stamped and processed our paperwork, I felt a strange sense of calm replacing the storm that had raged within me for weeks. How do you feel? Vivian asked as we descended the courthouse steps. Like I'm finally fighting back, I said, surprised at the steadiness in my voice. The complaint was comprehensive. Financial fraud, forgery, theft by conversion. Mr. Harlow had helped us gather everything. Bank statements, notarized letters from Vivian confirming the intended purpose of her gifts, testimony from Julian about previous patterns of financial misappropriation, even a statement from Miss Reynolds about her concerns during my high school years. They won't take this lying down, Vivian warned as we drove back to her hotel. She'd extended her stay indefinitely, moving from the parkside to a long-term rental apartment downtown. Elaine knows how to play the victim. She learned from the best. Her father was the same way. "I'm ready," I said, though my stomach twisted at the thought of what was coming. News traveled quickly in our small town. By that evening, my phone was buzzing with texts from family, friends, and distant relatives. Some offering support, others demanding explanations. The story had begun to spread. Kala Winter was suing her parents for fraud. Vivian's decision to publicly distance herself from my parents added fuel to the fire. At her regular bridge club, when asked about the situation, she'd been direct. "My daughter and son-in-law stole nearly $100,000 meant for my granddaughter's education and welfare. I won't be associated with thieves, family or not." The fallout was immediate. Invitations to community events that had always included my parents suddenly specified Vivian and me instead. Friends they cultivated for years began to question their own financial dealings with them. My father's business associates started asking uncomfortable questions. 3 days after we filed, my mother appeared unannounced at my apartment, her eyes red-rimmed and her hands shaking. "Please," she begged from my doorway. "You have to drop this. You're ruining everything." I held the door frame, blocking her entry. "Like you ruined my chance at a normal college experience, at medical treatment when I needed it, at opportunities that could have changed my life." "I was protecting you," she insisted, her voice rising to that familiar pitch that had always made me back down in the past. "Porter was the one who took the money. I just went along with it because I was afraid of what he would do." The lie was so transparent, it almost made me laugh. "Mom, I've seen the bank records. You were the primary signatory on the account. You made most of the withdrawals." Her face crumpled, tears flowing freely now. "You have no idea what it's like to be married to someone like your father. The pressure, the control." "Stop," I said firmly. "I'm not doing this with you. Not anymore. Everything goes through our attorneys now." As she opened her mouth to protest, Vivian's car pulled into the parking lot. My grandmother approached with purposeful strides, her expression hardening at the sight of her daughter. "Elaine," she said coolly, "this is inappropriate. Kala has made it clear she doesn't want direct contact." My mother whirled toward Vivian, her grief transforming instantly to rage. "You did this. You turned her against us. You've always been jealous of my relationship with Kala." Vivian didn't flinch. "What relationship, Elaine? The one where you manipulated and stole from her? Where you isolated her from anyone who might have helped her? That relationship? You have no right." "I have every right," Vivian interrupted, her voice like steel. "You robbed your daughter of dignity. That can't be undone with tears and excuses." My mother stared at her, mouth open in shock. Vivian had always been somewhat deferential to her daughter in the past, avoiding direct confrontation. This new, fierce Vivian was a revelation. "I'm done with you," Vivian continued. "As of yesterday, I've changed my will. You and Porter are no longer beneficiaries of anything I leave behind. It will all go to Kala and to charities that support victims of family financial abuse." My mother's face went white. "You can't do that. It's already done." Vivian took my arm gently. "Come inside, Kala. We have dinner plans to discuss." That night, Ree called to tell me he couldn't continue our relationship. "It's too much," he said, his voice strained. "The court case, the family drama. I didn't sign up for this, Kala." Though I'd seen it coming, the finality of his abandonment still stung. After we hung up, I found Vivian in the kitchen of her rental apartment making tea. "Ree is gone," I said simply. She nodded, unsurprised. "Some people can only walk with you when the path is smooth." The next morning, Mr. Harlow called. The judge had set a date for an emergency hearing. My parents were attempting to have the case dismissed before discovery could begin. "They're getting nervous," he explained. "This is good for us. It means they know we have a strong case." The hearing was scheduled for the following week. In the meantime, Mr. Harlow suggested I retrieve any remaining personal documents from my parents' house. "Take someone with you," he advised. "Not your grandmother. She's too emotionally involved. Perhaps your cousin or your uncle." Julian agreed to accompany me. We arrived at my childhood home on a Tuesday afternoon when I knew my parents would be at work. Using the key I still had, we entered quietly. The familiar scent of my mother's potpourri brought back memories I now viewed through a different, chilling lens. "We should focus on financial records," Julian said as we stood in the entryway. "Tax returns, bank statements, investment documents." I nodded, leading him to my father's home office. The filing cabinet was locked, but Julian had come prepared with a small toolkit. "Your father and I grew up in the same house," he explained as he worked on the lock. "He hasn't changed his hiding places since we were kids." Inside the cabinet, we found a trove of documentation, not just about my accounts, but about similar situations with other family members. A folder labeled Mirren Trust contained transfer records from an account established by my grandfather for my cousin's education. Another file labeled JW Estate held papers relating to my grandmother's sister, Judith, who had died 10 years earlier. "They've been doing this for years," Julian muttered, his expression darkening as he flipped through the pages. "To multiple family members. We photographed everything, careful not to disturb the original arrangement. As we prepared to leave, I made a detour to my old bedroom, wanting to retrieve a few childhood keepsakes. The room had been transformed. My twin bed was gone, replaced by an exercise bike and weight bench. My bookshelves had been removed, the walls repainted. There was no trace of me left. They were planning to erase me even before all this, I realized aloud, my voice echoing in the unfamiliar space. Julian placed a hand on my shoulder. "They can change the room, Kala. They can't erase who you are." The day of the hearing arrived with a sense of inevitability. The courthouse was busier than I'd expected, with several familiar faces in the corridor. Neighbors, former teachers, even my mother's bridge club friends. Vivian greeted them with quiet dignity, while I tried to calm the butterflies in my stomach. My parents arrived with their attorney, a sharp-featured man named Bennett, who specialized in defending white-collar criminals. My mother was dressed in muted colors, her makeup minimal, playing the role of the wounded parent. My father looked grim, but composed in his best suit. Inside the courtroom, Judge Levinson, a stern woman in her 60s, reviewed our filings with methodical precision. After the attorneys presented their initial arguments, she looked directly at me. "Miss Winter, I understand you wish to make a statement. While unusual at this stage, given the nature of this case, I'll allow it." I rose on shaking legs, feeling Vivian's encouraging presence behind me. The statement I prepared seemed inadequate now, faced with the reality of my parents sitting just feet away, their expressions carefully neutral. Taking a deep breath, I began to speak. "Your Honor, this case isn't just about money, though nearly $100,000 is certainly significant. It's about trust and its violation. It's about parents who systematically lied to their child while stealing opportunities that were rightfully hers." My voice grew stronger as I continued. "4 years, I believe we were struggling financially. I worked multiple jobs while studying full-time. I went without medical care. I missed opportunities that could have shaped my future differently. All while my parents used money designated for my welfare to renovate their home, take vacations, and maintain appearances in our community." The courtroom was silent as I spoke about the forgery, the hidden account, the pattern of isolation and manipulation, finding evidence of similar behavior toward other family members. Through it all, I kept my voice steady, my eyes occasionally meeting those of my father, who couldn't maintain my gaze. "I don't take this action lightly, Your Honor, but the systematic deception I experienced wasn't the result of a single bad decision or a temporary lapse in judgment. It was a years-long campaign to control me through financial manipulation while stealing what was meant to help me build my future." I swallowed hard before finishing. No child should have to sue their parents for basic honesty. But no parent should steal from their child while convincing her she's a burden. When I sat down, the silence lingered for several seconds before Judge Levinson cleared her throat. "Thank you, Miss Winter." She turned to my parents' attorney. "Mr. Bennett, does your side wish to respond?" Bennett rose smoothly. "Your Honor, we believe this is a family misunderstanding that has been tragically blown out of proportion. The Winters were simply managing their daughter's finances with her best interests at heart. We'd like to propose a settlement conference rather than proceeding with what could be a lengthy and painful public process." Judge Levinson's gaze was piercing. "A settlement offer at this stage suggests your clients recognize the merit of the claims against them, Mr. Bennett." "Not at all, Your Honor. It simply reflects their desire to heal their family without unnecessary litigation." The judge studied my parents for a long moment before turning back to me. Miss Winter, are you interested in settlement discussions? Before I could answer, Mr. Harlow stood. Your Honor, my client has attempted informal resolution multiple times. The respondents have not acknowledged wrongdoing, nor provided a full accounting of the misappropriated funds. We believe formal discovery is necessary before any meaningful settlement could be reached. Judge Levinson nodded. I agree. Motion to dismiss denied. Discovery will proceed, and I'm ordering a forensic accounting of all relevant accounts. She fixed my parents with a stern look. The evidence presented today suggests a troubling pattern of behavior that merits thorough investigation. We will reconvene in 60 days. Outside the courthouse, reporters from the local paper had gathered. Vivian stepped forward, shielding me from their questions as we made our way to the car. You did beautifully, she said once we were driving away. Your words were powerful because they were true. For the first time since graduation night, I felt a weight lifting from my shoulders. The road ahead would be difficult, but I had finally found my voice. The small one-bedroom apartment I rented with the initial restitution funds wasn't much, a converted space above a bookstore downtown, but it was mine. Every decision, from the second-hand furniture to the color of the shower curtain, was made without questioning whether I deserved it, without guilt about the cost, without anyone else's approval. Vivian visited often, bringing plants for my windowsills and books for my shelves. We were building a relationship that should have existed years ago, unfiltered by my parents' interference. I found these while cleaning out some storage boxes, she said one afternoon, placing a stack of photo albums on my coffee table. Pictures of you as a baby, before things got complicated with your parents. We sat together on my worn sofa, turning pages filled with images I'd never seen. Vivian holding me in the hospital. My first birthday celebration at her house. A Christmas where she dressed as Santa. They kept these from me, I said, tracing a photo of Vivian pushing me on a swing. I never knew we had these moments. They started limiting my access to you when you were about 3, Vivian explained, her voice tinged with old pain. Elaine would make excuses. You were sick. You had plans. You were too tired for visitors. Eventually, the visits became so restricted that I only saw you at major holidays or events they controlled. I leaned against her shoulder, trying to reconcile these images with my limited memories. I always thought you were distant by choice, that you didn't want to be involved in my life. Never, she said firmly. You were always precious to me. I just didn't fight hard enough to stay connected to you. That's my greatest regret. As the legal process continued, I began meeting weekly with Amory Fletcher, a social worker who specialized in supporting survivors of family financial abuse. She was a warm, direct woman in her 40s who had experienced similar manipulation from her own father. What you're feeling is normal, she assured me during our first session. The confusion, the anger, the grief, they're all part of recognizing that your reality was deliberately distorted by people who should have protected you. With Amory's guidance, I started journaling, not just about recent events, but about memories from throughout my childhood. Patterns emerged. My mother's dramatic emotional collapses whenever I asserted independence. My father's cold dismissal of my accomplishments unless they reflected well on him. The way basic needs became special requests that required elaborate justification. They made me feel like existing was an imposition, I told Amory one day, the realization striking me suddenly. Like I had to earn my right to take up space in the world. She nodded. That's the core of this kind of abuse, making the victim believe they're fundamentally unworthy. It makes them easier to control. One evening at Amory's suggestion, I wrote a letter to my 14-year-old self, the girl who had begun working weekends at a local grocery store, turning over most of her earnings to her parents for household expenses while believing her family was on the verge of financial collapse. Dear Kala, at 14, you're not the burden they're making you feel like. The confusion you feel when they praise your independence while making you dependent, that's not your imagination. The guilt you carry for needing new shoes or wanting to join the school trip, you don't deserve that. The way you've learned to make yourself smaller, to need less, to apologize for existing, none of that is because there's something wrong with you. The money you earn that disappears into their hands, it's not really helping with bills. The stories about financial struggle are lies designed to keep you grateful for scraps. The isolation you feel from friends and relatives isn't because you're unlikable or too needy. It's deliberate. I wish I could tell you it gets better soon, but the truth is it will take years before you discover what they've been doing. But when you do, you'll find real support. You'll find your grandmother, the woman they've kept at arm's length your whole life. You'll find your voice. You'll begin to understand that you deserve basic dignity and honesty. You're not alone, even though it feels that way now. Keep those small dreams alive. Keep writing in your hidden journal. Keep believing there might be more to the world than what they show you. One day you'll build a life they can't touch. With love from your future self, Kala. After 2 months in my apartment, Vivian invited me to stay with her at her Victorian home 3 hours away. Just for the summer, she suggested. I'm working on a memoir, and I could use your writing expertise. Plus, it would give us time together without the constant reminders of a court case. The timing felt right. Discovery was ongoing, with forensic accountants tracing the path of Vivian's money through various accounts and investments. My parents had made one more attempt at settlement, offering to repay half the amount with no admission of wrongdoing, which we had rejected outright. They still don't understand, I told Mr. Harlow after reviewing their offer. This isn't just about the money. It's about accountability. Vivian's home was exactly as I'd imagined from the few times she described it. A graceful 2-story Victorian with a wide porch and gardens that bloomed with careful planning. My room overlooked a Japanese maple tree that cast dappled shadows across the hardwood floor. This was meant to be your room whenever you visited, Vivian explained as she helped me unpack. I kept hoping your parents would relent and let you stay for summers or school breaks. For the first time since graduation, I felt truly at peace. Mornings were spent helping Vivian with research for her memoir, a project she'd begun after retiring from teaching English at a local community college. Afternoons were mine for reading, walking, or working on my own writing. Evenings were for long conversations on the porch, filling in the decades of connection we'd missed. One weekend, my cousin Mirren drove up to visit, bringing old family photos and stories I'd never heard. We sat in Vivian's sunroom, reconstructing relationships that had been distorted by my parents' narratives. They told me you thought you were too good for the rest of us, Mirren admitted, sorting through pictures from a family reunion I barely remembered. That you didn't want to be associated with the countryside of the family. I shook my head, the familiar ache of lost time settling in my chest. They told me you all stopped inviting me because I was difficult and high maintenance. Classic triangulation, Mirren said, the term familiar from my sessions with Amory. Keep everyone separated, so no one compares notes. We were interrupted by the sound of Vivian's security system chiming. Through the window, I saw my mother's car pulling into the driveway. I didn't know she was coming, I said, tension immediately flooding my body. Vivian appeared in the doorway, her expression grim. She's not invited. I'll handle this. From the sunroom window, I watched as my grandmother met my mother at the front gate. Their conversation was brief, my mother's gestures becoming increasingly agitated while Vivian remained perfectly still. Finally, my mother collapsed into tears, falling to her knees on the walkway in a display I'd seen countless times, the ultimate manipulation when all else failed. Vivian didn't move to comfort her. Instead, she spoke a few final words and turned back toward the house, leaving my mother crumpled on the path. When she returned to the sunroom, Vivian's face was composed, but her hands trembled slightly. What did she want? I asked. Forgiveness, Vivian replied simply. She claims her father has left her, that she's alone and realizes her mistakes. She wants to make amends. Do you believe her? Vivian considered the question carefully. I believe she's suffering. I believe she may even regret some of her actions. But I don't believe she's capable of the kind of honest self-reflection necessary for true change. What did you tell her? That she's no longer welcome at my home. That she'll answer to you, not to me. That we're not her support system anymore. Vivian sat beside me, taking my hand. Was that too harsh? I thought of all the years of manipulation, the carefully constructed lies, the opportunities stolen, the relationships sabotaged. No, I said finally. It was honest. That's all we can be now. 2 weeks later, I received a letter from my mother, 20 pages of flowing handwriting, alternating between self-justification and desperate pleas for reconciliation. She described my father's emotional abuse toward her, his controlling behavior, her fear of standing up to him. She claimed to have saved some of Vivian's money in a separate account for emergencies that my father didn't know about. I read the letter twice, searching for something genuine amid the familiar patterns of manipulation. There were moments of apparent insight, admissions of jealousy toward my relationship with Vivian, acknowledgement of using guilt to control me, but they were embedded in excuses and deflections of responsibility. That evening, I built a small fire in Vivian's backyard fire pit. Mirren and Vivian joined me as I placed the letter on the flames, watching as the pages curled and blackened. "I'm not angry anymore," I said as the last page disappeared into ash. "I'm just done." The next morning, Mirren showed me a news article on her phone. My father had been arrested for corporate fraud. Apparently, his creative accounting practices extended beyond family funds. The company where he'd worked as financial controller was pressing charges for embezzlement dating back 5 years. I felt nothing but a dull recognition. Of course, he had been stealing elsewhere. The pattern was too ingrained to be limited to family. "Are you okay?" Vivian asked when I showed her the article. "Yes," I said, realizing it was true. Their choices don't define me anymore. As summer turned to fall, the court case reached its conclusion. With the evidence of the forensic accounting and my father's separate legal troubles, my parents agreed to a full settlement, repayment of all stolen funds, plus damages for emotional distress. The money felt almost incidental now. The real victory was in the truth being acknowledged, in the reconstruction of my understanding of my own life. With part of the settlement, I made a decision that surprised even me. I established a scholarship fund at my alma mater for students who had experienced financial hardship or family estrangement. We named it the Vivian Trust for New Beginnings. "Why use my name?" Vivian asked when I showed her the paperwork. "Because you showed me what real support looks like," I explained. "Not control disguised as help, but genuine belief in someone's right to build their own future." The article appeared in the Sunday edition of the local paper 6 months after the settlement was finalized. Graduate uncovers family fraud that went unnoticed for years. The reporter, Andrea Keene, had approached me through Mr. Harlow, asking to share my story as part of a series on financial abuse within families. "People don't talk about this," Andrea explained during our interview. "They feel too ashamed, too confused about their own experiences. Your willingness to speak openly could help others recognize what's happening to them." The article was thoughtful and detailed, focusing not just on the financial aspects, but on the psychological impact of long-term manipulation. When it was published, I braced myself for backlash, for accusations of family disloyalty or attention-seeking. Instead, my inbox filled with messages from strangers sharing similar experiences. Adult children whose inheritances had been diverted by siblings, grandparents who had been blocked from helping grandchildren, college students whose parents had leveraged financial support to control their choices. "I thought I was the only one," wrote a woman named Tessa. "Reading your story was like seeing my own life reflected back to me for the first time." Dr. Marian Ellison, the head of my university psychology department, called to invite me to speak at a student leadership symposium. "Financial literacy and boundary setting are critical skills we don't teach effectively," she explained. "Your perspective would be invaluable." Standing at the podium in the campus auditorium, facing rows of students not much younger than myself, I felt an unexpected calm. I had brought my journals, the raw, unfiltered record of my journey from confusion to clarity. "Financial abuse doesn't always look like obvious theft," I began, opening to a dog-eared page. "Sometimes it looks like protection that keeps you dependent. Sometimes it sounds like we're struggling while opportunities disappear. Sometimes it feels like constant guilt for having normal needs." I read entries spanning years, from high school anxieties about asking for school supplies to college calculations about whether I could afford antibiotics for strep throat. With each reading, I saw recognition dawn on different faces in the audience. The response was overwhelming. Students lined up afterward to speak with me, many sharing whispered confessions of similar dynamics in their own families. Faculty members asked for resource lists and warning signs. The University Counseling Center requested permission to develop a workshop based on my experiences. What began as a single speaking engagement evolved into a modest platform. I started a podcast called Inheriting Silence, where I interviewed experts on financial abuse and shared stories from survivors who had reclaimed their autonomy. Each episode ended with practical resources, legal options, support groups, financial literacy tools. The podcast gained traction slowly, then caught the attention of a producer at a national radio network. After a feature segment aired nationally, listenership exploded. 6 months into the podcast's run, I received an email that stopped me in my tracks. It was from a 16-year-old girl in Oregon named Lily. "I've been listening to your podcast in secret for months. My parents control everything. My bank account, my summer job money, even the hours I work. They say they're teaching me responsibility, but they never actually let me make decisions. After hearing your story, I asked my guidance counselor for help. She contacted my aunt, who I haven't seen in years because my parents said she was unstable. Turns out my aunt has been trying to reach me all along. She's helping me set up a separate account for my earnings and applying to colleges without my parents knowing. For the first time, I feel like I might have a future they can't control. I don't know if I'll ever be brave enough to confront them like you did, but knowing I'm not crazy or ungrateful for questioning them has changed everything. Thank you for speaking when it would have been easier to stay silent." I showed the email to Vivian, who had become my most steadfast supporter and frequent podcast guest. Her eyes filled with tears as she read it. "This is why we fought," she said simply. "Not just for your money, but for every Lily out there." Amory, who had transitioned from my therapist to my friend and occasional podcast consultant, suggested we formalize our growing community. Together, we co-founded a support group called Quiet Funds, focused on financial literacy and family manipulation recovery. What began as monthly meetings in a borrowed community center space expanded to chapters in neighboring cities, then across the state. One rainy Tuesday, I arrived home from recording a podcast episode to find a thick envelope in my mailbox. The return address was my mother's, though I hadn't heard from her since my father's sentencing for corporate fraud 6 months earlier. He had received 5 years, eligible for parole after 3, a consequence that seemed to have finally broken through my mother's elaborate defenses. The letter inside was different from her previous attempts at contact. There were no tear stains, no dramatic declarations, no elaborate excuses. Instead, there was a simple, direct accounting of her actions over the years, not just with me, but with others in the family. She admitted to jealousy of Vivian's relationship with me, to resentment of my academic success, to deliberate isolation tactics designed to keep me dependent. "I won't ask for forgiveness," she wrote toward the end. "I don't deserve it, and requesting it would be another form of emotional manipulation. I only want you to know that I see clearly now what I've done, and I'm working with a therapist who specializes in narcissistic behavior patterns. Whether you ever want contact with me again is entirely your choice, and I will respect whatever boundaries you set." That evening, I built another fire in my small backyard. I had purchased a modest house near Vivian's the previous spring. This time, as I placed the letter on the flames, the feeling wasn't of anger or finality, but of quiet closure. That chapter of my life was truly finished. Vivian joined me on the porch afterward, wrapping a quilt around both our shoulders as we watched the embers die down. "Are you sad?" she asked, studying my expression. I considered the question carefully. Not sad exactly, just aware of what could have been in another reality where they made different choices. "You've built something remarkable from the ashes," Vivian said, gesturing toward my home, my life, the community we'd created. "Something honest." The following week, I received an invitation to speak at a national conference on family financial ethics. The keynote address would be delivered to financial advisors, estate planners, and family counselors, professionals who could help identify and prevent situations like mine. As I prepared my speech, I reflected on the journey from that graduation dinner to the present moment. The money had been recovered, the legal battle won, but the real victory was in the reclaiming of my narrative and in helping others reclaim theirs. Vivian insisted on being in the front row for my address, her silver hair elegantly styled, her eyes bright with unshed tears as I took the podium. At 83, she had become not just my grandmother, but my closest friend, co-conspirator, and most trusted advisor. Financial abuse within families persists because we don't name it. I began, surveying the room of professionals. We excuse it as protection, dismiss it as misunderstanding, or hide it out of shame. But naming it is the first step toward healing, both for individuals and for our communities. For 40 minutes, I spoke about red flags, intervention points, and the crucial role of neutral financial advocates for young adults. I shared anonymized stories from podcast listeners and support group members, highlighting the patterns that transcended socioeconomic backgrounds and family structures. The money itself is often secondary to the control it represents, I explained. The psychological impact of being made to feel like a burden, of having your autonomy systematically undermined, extends far beyond the financial loss. Recovery requires not just restitution, but recognition. The acknowledgement that what happened was real and wrong. After the applause died down and the formal Q&A ended, a line formed of people wanting to speak with me privately. Among them was an older gentleman with kind eyes and a gentle manner. "My daughter stopped speaking to me 5 years ago," he confided. "After listening to your podcast, I realized I'd been using financial support to control her choices, where she lived, what she studied, who she dated. I never saw it as manipulation until I heard you describe your experience." He paused, blinking back tears. "I've started therapy. I sent her a letter apologizing without expectations. I don't know if she'll ever forgive me, but for the first time, I understand why she needed to walk away." Later that night, in the quiet of my hotel room, I called Vivian to share the day's events. "You've created something important," she said, pride evident in her voice. "Something that will outlast both of us." "We created it," I corrected her. "I couldn't have done any of this without you." "You would have found your way eventually," Vivian insisted. "You always had that strength inside you." As we said good night, I thought about the frightened, confused young woman I'd been at that graduation dinner, believing herself a burden, unaware of her own worth, isolated by careful design. The journey from that moment to this one had been painful but necessary. I opened my laptop and began typing the introduction to the book I'd been considering for months. I didn't lose a family that day at my graduation dinner. I found the courage to build a real one founded on honesty instead of manipulation, on support instead of control, on love instead of fear. This is that story. The cursor blinked on the screen, steady and patient, waiting for the words that would transform private pain into public purpose. Outside my window, the city lights twinkled like stars, each one representing a life connected to countless others through invisible threads of influence and care. Somewhere out there were people still trapped in silence, still questioning their own perceptions, still believing themselves unworthy of basic dignity. For them, I would keep speaking. For them, I would continue turning inheritance into advocacy. For them, and for the young woman I once was, I would make sure the silence ended here. Have you ever felt silenced, controlled, or like your generosity was taken advantage of by the people who were supposed to love you? Or perhaps you've been the lily in this story, finding a path out of manipulation. Share your thoughts and experiences in the comments below, because hearing your stories helps all of us heal and remember that we are never alone. And if this resonated with you, please like, subscribe, and share for more powerful narratives about finding your voice and reclaiming your truth. Family forgot to book my plane tickets to my sister's wedding in Hawaii. "Sorry, honey, we forgot to reserve your seat and hotel room for you." And now everything I had planned. I was the only family member left out. I just said, "That happens." Then I disappeared for a year, and can you imagine being utterly forgotten, effectively uninvited, from your own sister's wedding? Because that's exactly what happened to me. But what they didn't know is that moment, that sting of betrayal, wouldn't break me. It would become the spark that set my entire life on fire. It was a Tuesday afternoon, just like any other, in my Denver apartment. My coffee was getting cold, and I was buried in quarterly reports for the pharmaceutical company, where I was a supply chain analyst. Then my phone rang. It was my mom. "Samantha, honey," she started, her voice already carrying that specific tone, the one that meant she was about to drop a bombshell but wanted me to pretend it was fine. "We need to talk about Jessica's wedding." "What about it?" I asked, my pen freezing midair. I'd already requested the time off work. The wedding was in 3 weeks, right? Then came the pause, a long one, the kind that makes your stomach drop before the words even hit. "Well, sweetheart, that's the thing," she finally managed. "Your father and I were handling all the travel arrangements, and somehow we forgot to book your plane ticket and your hotel room. We just realized it yesterday when confirming everything, and now all the flights are completely booked. The hotel too. It's peak season in Maui apparently. I stared at the picture on my office wall, Christmas last year. All of us smiling. Jessica had her arm around me. We were sisters. We were supposed to be close. You forgot. I repeated slowly, the words tasting like ash. These things happen, sweetheart. We've been so busy with the planning, so many details. Jessica is devastated, of course, but she understands. We'll take lots of photos for you. I promise. My mind reeled. 27 years. 27 years of being the forgettable one. The middle child who never quite measured up to Jessica, the golden daughter, the successful architect. Or my younger brother, Danny, the charming entrepreneur everyone adored. I was just Samantha. Reliable. Quiet. Easy to overlook. That happens, I said, my voice flat, empty. Oh, I'm so glad you understand. Your sister was worried you'd be upset. You know how sensitive she gets before big events. I'll send you photos. I promise. After she hung up, I sat there for an hour, the cold coffee a silent witness. Then I opened my laptop. Not to research flights to Hawaii. No, I was researching something else entirely. The next day, I requested a meeting with my supervisor, Patricia. She looked genuinely surprised when I told her I wanted a leave of absence. A year, she asked, her eyebrows shooting up. That's quite unusual. Is everything all right? Everything is fine, I said, a strange calm washing over me. I have some personal projects I want to pursue. I've been here 6 years, and I think I need a break to figure out my next steps. Patricia studied me. I'd always been her most reliable analyst, the one who stayed late, who never complained, who fixed problems quietly, without drama. You have plenty of vacation time saved up, she said finally. And honestly, Samantha, you deserve it. You've been carrying this department for years. If you need a sabbatical, take it. Your position will be here when you get back. I thanked her, walking out of her office lighter than I had been in months. That evening, I called my family group chat. Or rather, I sent a message, because who answers calls anymore, right? Hey everyone, not going to make the wedding, but I hope it's beautiful. Taking some time for myself. Going to be offline for a while. Love you all. Jessica responded immediately. Wait, what? Where are you going? I didn't answer. Instead, I turned off my phone. Over the next week, I sold most of my furniture, put my car in storage, and rented out my apartment to a colleague. I kept only what fit in 2 suitcases and a backpack. My family tried calling, but I let everything go to voicemail. Jessica left increasingly frantic messages. Sam, this is weird. Where are you going? Are you okay? Please call me back. Danny texted. Dude, what is going on? Mom is freaking out. I didn't respond. To any of them. The day before Jessica's wedding, I boarded a plane. Not to Hawaii. To Tokyo. I'd always wanted to see Japan, and I'd been saving money for years. What I hadn't told anyone was exactly how much I'd saved. Living frugally, investing carefully, it had given me enough to fund an extended journey, especially if I was smart about it. As the plane took off, I felt something I hadn't felt in years. Freedom. I spent 3 weeks in Japan, staying in hostels, eating street food, visiting temples, and practicing my terrible Japanese with patient locals. I took a calligraphy class in Kyoto and learned to make soba noodles from an elderly woman in Osaka who reminded me of my grandmother, the one who had actually remembered my birthday every year, the one who had left me a small inheritance. No one in my family knew about that money. Grandma had set up the trust privately, with instructions that it be given to me on my 25th birthday. She'd written me a letter that came with it. Samantha, you have always been the one who thinks before acting, who plans quietly while others make noise. Use this wisely. Make yourself proud. I had invested most of it, watched it grow. Now, I was using it exactly as Grandma had intended. From Tokyo, I went to Seoul, then Bangkok. I sent no photos, no updates, nothing. I existed in a bubble of anonymity, just another traveler with a backpack and a journal. In Chiang Mai, I took a 6-week course in digital marketing. I'd always been good with data and analysis, and I discovered I had a real talent for understanding online business strategies. Meanwhile, according to the sparse information I gathered from my turned-off phone when I checked it once every 2 weeks at internet cafes, my family was losing their minds. Jessica's wedding had happened. Based on the single time I logged into social media from a borrowed tablet, it looked beautiful. White sand, sunset ceremony, elegant reception. Everyone looked happy in the photos. No one seemed to miss me at all in the pictures. But my inbox told a different story. 47 emails from my mother. 32 from Jessica. 20-something from Danny. Even my father, who never used email, had sent 3. Subject lines ranged from "Where are you?" to "Please call us," to "This is not funny anymore," to "We are worried sick." I read none of them. Not yet. In Vietnam, I met a woman named Helen, who ran a small export business. She was from Australia, had been traveling for 15 years, and had built her entire company from a laptop and a lot of determination. The thing about disappearing, she told me over coffee in Hanoi, is that you find out who you actually are when nobody's watching. What did you find out? I asked. She grinned. That I'm much more interesting than my family ever gave me credit for. We became friends. She taught me the basics of international trade, supply chain management across borders, how to identify quality products. My background in pharmaceutical distribution translated surprisingly well. We started collaborating on a small project, helping a collective of ceramic artists reach European markets. It was supposed to be just a learning experience. It turned into something more. By month 4 of my absence, I had helped facilitate 3 successful shipments and earned my first independent commission. It wasn't much, barely enough to cover a week of expenses. But it was mine. Money I had earned through my own initiative, not by showing up dutifully to a job where I was appreciated but never celebrated. Helen looked at the numbers and whistled. "You have a gift for this. Ever think about doing it full-time?" "Maybe," I said. I moved through Southeast Asia like a ghost, Cambodia, Laos, back to Thailand. I learned to haggle in markets, to spot quality craftsmanship, to understand the delicate balance of cross-cultural business relationships. I took online courses in international trade law and logistics. I worked with other digital nomads and small business owners. And slowly, carefully, I built something. By month 6, I was running my own small consulting operation, helping artisans and small manufacturers connect with international distributors. I used my pharmaceutical supply chain background to optimize shipping routes and negotiate better rates. I was good at it, really good. The money started flowing more steadily, not a fortune, but enough to sustain my travels and start saving again. More importantly, I was learning and growing in ways I never had back home, where I was always just reliable Samantha, the one who never caused problems or made waves. I kept my phone off except for those brief, bi-weekly check-ins. The messages from my family had evolved. Anger had shifted to concern, then to guilt. "Mom, sweetheart, we know we hurt you. Please just let us know you're alive. Jessica, I'm so sorry about the wedding. I should have checked the arrangements myself. Please, Sam, talk to me. Danny, everyone is really worried. Dad hasn't been sleeping. Just send a sign that you're okay." On month 7, I was in Bali when I checked my messages and found something that made me pause. An email from my father, who had somehow figured out how to attach a video. I almost didn't watch it, but curiosity won. The video showed my father in his study, looking older than I remembered. "Tired. Samantha," he said, staring into the camera awkwardly. "I don't know if you will see this, but I need to say it anyway. What we did was wrong. Your mother and I, we got so caught up in making Jessica's day perfect that we forgot about you. That's not an excuse. You are our daughter and we failed you. Please come home, or at least let us know you're safe. I love you." I watched it 3 times. Then I closed my laptop and went for a walk on the beach. The thing was, I wasn't angry anymore. Somewhere between Tokyo and Bali, between learning calligraphy and negotiating shipping contracts, the rage had burned itself out. What remained was something clearer, the understanding that I had been complicit in my own invisibility. I had been so busy being reliable, being easy, being the one who never caused problems, that I had let them forget I was there. But I wasn't ready to go back. Not yet. By month 8, I had landed in Barcelona. My consulting business was growing. I had a steady roster of clients, mostly small manufacturers in Asia who needed help reaching European and American markets. I had learned to speak passable Spanish, decent Thai, and serviceable Vietnamese. I had built a life that belonged entirely to me. And then I received a message that changed everything. It came through LinkedIn, of all places, from someone named Victoria, who identified herself as a senior buyer for a mid-sized pharmaceutical distribution company in Chicago. "Samantha," the message began, I hope this finds you well. I was given your name by a mutual contact who said you've been doing impressive work in international supply chain consultation. We've been struggling with our Asian suppliers, particularly in Vietnam and Thailand. Quality control has been inconsistent and shipping costs are higher than they should be. Would you be interested in discussing a consulting contract? Your background at your previous company suggests you would be perfect for this project. I stared at the message for a long time. Then I looked at Victoria's profile. The company was called Apex Pharmaceutical Distribution. It was a competitor to my old employer, but smaller, more nimble. According to their website, they were expanding aggressively. I wrote back, I would be interested in learning more. I am currently based in Europe, but available for video consultations. What timeline are you working with? Her response came within an hour. How does tomorrow work? 2 p.m. Central Time. The video call happened in a co-working space in Barcelona. Victoria appeared on my screen, a sharp-eyed woman in her 50s with steel-gray hair and a no-nonsense demeanor. Let me be direct, she said after brief introductions. We are bleeding money on our Asian supply chain, delayed shipments, quality issues, and we are paying too much for freight. I've heard you managed to cut shipping costs by 30% for 3 different clients in the last 6 months, while improving delivery times. How? I walked her through my methodology, relationship building with reliable local suppliers, understanding regional logistics networks, negotiating as a partner rather than just a buyer, quality control systems that respected local manufacturing practices while meeting international standards. She listened intently, occasionally asking sharp questions that proved she knew the industry well. I'll be honest with you, Samantha, she said when I finished. I've been in this business for 28 years. Most consultants talk a good game but can't deliver. You sound like you actually know what you're doing. I want to offer you a 6-month contract. Remote work, but you'd need to travel to our supplier sites periodically. The pay is substantial. She named a figure that made my heart skip. It was more than I had made in a year at my old job. I need to think about it, I said, keeping my voice steady. Of course, but I need an answer by Friday. We're losing ground to competitors, and I need someone who can move fast. After the call ended, I sat in that co-working space for 2 hours, just thinking. This was a real opportunity. Not just a collection of small consulting gigs, but a legitimate contract with a growing company. It would mean structure, stability, and validation of everything I had built over the past 8 months. It would also mean emerging from my self-imposed exile. I thought about my family, about the messages I had been ignoring, about the fact that I had been gone for 8 months, and they still had no idea where I was or what I was doing. Part of me wanted to stay hidden forever, to keep building this new life where no one knew me as the forgettable middle child. But another part, the part that had grown stronger with each country visited and each deal closed, knew that real growth meant eventually facing what I had left behind. Not because I owed them anything, because I owed myself the satisfaction of showing them exactly who I had become. I sent Victoria an email. I accept your offer. When do we start? Her response was immediate. Monday. Welcome to Apex. Over the weekend, I began the process of returning to the visible world. I turned my phone on fully for the first time in months. The cascade of notifications was overwhelming. Missed calls, voicemails, texts, emails. I ignored all of them for now. Instead, I updated my LinkedIn profile with my new title, International Supply Chain Consultant, Apex Pharmaceutical Distribution. I added details about my consulting work over the past months. Carefully professional, but clearly successful. Then I posted a single update. Excited to announce I am joining Apex Pharmaceutical Distribution as a consultant helping optimize international supply chains. Looking forward to this next chapter. I knew it would detonate like a bomb in my family's world. They had no idea where I had been or what I had been doing. Now they would see that not only was I fine, I was thriving. My phone started ringing within 10 minutes. Jessica. I let it ring. Then Mom. Then Danny. I ignored them all. Instead, I spent the evening preparing for my new role. Victoria had sent over files detailing Apex's current supply chain challenges. As I reviewed them, I realized something that made me smile. One of their biggest competitors, the company eating their lunch in the Asian markets, was my old employer. The pharmaceutical distribution company where I had worked for 6 years, where I had been reliable, quiet, easily overlooked Samantha. And now I was being hired specifically to help Apex beat them. The irony was delicious. On Sunday evening, I finally opened the messages from my family. Months of worry, guilt, anger, confusion, and eventual desperate pleading. I read every single one, feeling nothing but a distant sort of pity. Then I composed a single message to the family group chat. Hi everyone, I am fine. I have been traveling and working. Sorry for the silence. I will be in touch soon. Simple. Unapologetic. Offering no explanations. Jessica tried calling immediately. I declined the call and sent a text. Not ready to talk yet, but I'm okay. The next morning, I started my new job. Victoria set up meetings with Apex's executive team. I presented my initial assessment of their supply chain problems and my proposed solutions. They listened with the kind of attention I had never received at my old job. The CEO, a sharp businessman named Gregory, nodded throughout my presentation. This is exactly what we needed. Welcome aboard, Samantha. I think you are going to help us change the game. I smiled. That's the plan. My first major project for Apex took me back to Vietnam, where I had connections with manufacturers that my old company had repeatedly failed to cultivate properly. I flew from Barcelona to Ho Chi Minh City with a clear mandate: establish reliable partnerships with 3 key suppliers and negotiate contracts that would give Apex a significant advantage. The trip was a success beyond even Victoria's expectations. Using the relationships I had built during my travels, I secured exclusive agreements with 2 suppliers who had previously worked with my former employer but had grown frustrated with their rigid, impersonal approach. The third supplier was a new contact, a family-run operation producing high-quality pharmaceutical packaging that exceeded U.S. standards while costing 40% less than current alternatives. When I returned to Barcelona and presented the contracts in a video conference, Gregory actually stood up and applauded. Samantha, in 3 weeks, you have accomplished what our previous consultant could not do in 6 months. These contracts alone will save us close to $2 million annually while improving quality. Outstanding work. Victoria smiled, something I had learned she didn't do often. I knew you were the right choice. The executive team wants to discuss expanding your role. Are you available for a call tomorrow? That night, I finally called my family. Not because I felt obligated, but because I was ready. My mother answered on the first ring. Samantha. Oh my God, Samantha, is that really you? Hi, Mom. Where are you? What have you been doing? We've been so worried, you can't imagine. I'm in Barcelona, I said calmly. I've been traveling and working. I'm a consultant now. International supply chain management. There was a stunned silence. You've been in Europe for how long? About 9 months total. Asia before that. 9 months. Her voice climbed an octave. You've been gone for 9 months, and you didn't think to tell us where you were. You didn't think to tell me I wasn't invited to Jessica's wedding until 3 weeks before, I said pleasantly. I figured we were even. Another silence. This one longer, more uncomfortable. Samantha, that's not fair. We apologize for that. It was a terrible mistake. It was not a mistake, Mom. Mistakes are accidental. You had a list of people to book flights and hotels for, and my name was not on it. That was a choice. Your sister has been devastated. Has she? I asked. Because when I looked at the wedding photos, everyone seemed pretty happy. No one looked like they were missing anything. We need to talk about this as a family, Mom said, her voice taking on that familiar tone of maternal authority. When are you coming home? I'm not sure yet. My work is here right now. What work? You had a perfectly good job in Denver. I quit that job. I have a new one now. A better one. I could practically hear her struggling to process this. Her reliable, predictable daughter had vanished for 9 months and returned as someone unrecognizable. I want to talk to you about this properly, she said finally, face to face. Can you at least video call so we can see you? Maybe later this week. I have to go, Mom. Work calls. Samantha, wait. I hung up. It felt surprisingly good. The next call was worse. Jessica tried the guilt approach immediately. Sam, I can't believe you just disappeared like that. Do you have any idea what that did to me? On my wedding day, knowing my sister was out there somewhere angry at me. Did it ruin your day? I asked. What? Your wedding day. Did it ruin it? No. Then I guess everything worked out fine. That's cruel, Sam. That's not like you. Maybe you don't know what I'm like, I said. Maybe nobody does. We grew up together. I'm your sister. Sisters remember to invite each other to their weddings. Jessica was crying now. It wasn't my fault. Mom and Dad were handling the travel. I trusted them to take care of it. You trusted them to take care of everything except checking if your sister was actually invited. That says something, Jessica. I'm sorry. How many times do I have to say it? I'm not angry anymore, I said honestly. I'm just done being invisible. You were never invisible to me. I'm the boring one. Remember? The one without the architecture career, or the perfect wedding, or the interesting life. Just reliable old Sam who you could forget about because she'd always be there anyway. That's not true. Then tell me, Jessica, when was the last time you asked me about my life? About what I wanted, what I was doing, what mattered to me? The silence stretched out. She couldn't answer. Because she couldn't remember. Because it had never happened. I have to go, I said. Congratulations on your marriage. I hope you're very happy. I hung up before she could respond. Danny tried a different approach. Anger. What the hell, Sam? You just vanished for 9 months. Do you know how crazy that made everyone? Dad thought you might be dead. I sent a message saying I was fine. 1 message in 9 months. That's insane. Is it? Or is it about as much attention as I usually get from this family? Oh, come on. You're not going to play the victim card here. You're the one who ghosted everyone. After being ghosted first, I pointed out. Seems fair. You're being childish. Maybe. Or maybe I'm finally standing up for myself. Did you ever think of that? Standing up for yourself by running away to Europe? Barcelona, specifically. And I didn't run away. I left. There's a difference. Whatever. When are you coming back? I don't know. Why does everyone keep asking me that? Because you live here. You have a family here. I have a job in Barcelona and clients in Asia. This is where my life is now. Danny made an exasperated sound. You can't just decide to live in Spain, Sam. That's not how life works. Actually, it is exactly how life works. When you're an adult with money and skills, you go where you want. You do what you want. You stop waiting for permission from people who barely notice you exist. That's not fair. Fair? You want to talk about fair? Let me ask you something, Danny. When was my birthday? Silence. You don't know, do you? Of course I know. What day, Danny? More silence. It was 3 months ago. Not one of you remembered. Not Mom, not Dad, not Jessica, and definitely not you. I turned 28 years old in Bangkok, completely alone. And my family didn't even notice. So forgive me if I'm not rushing back to Denver for a reunion. After those calls, I muted the family group chat and focused on my work. Victoria had been serious about expanding my role. Within 2 weeks, I was officially promoted to senior consultant with a significant raise and equity options in Apex. My territory now included not just Southeast Asia, but also Eastern Europe, where Apex wanted to establish new supplier relationships. I moved from Barcelona to Prague, a city I had never visited, but immediately fell in love with the architecture, the history, the culture. It felt like a place where I could finally put down temporary roots while maintaining the flexibility my work required. My consulting work was thriving. I had developed a reputation in the industry as someone who could navigate complex international partnerships and solve supply chain problems that others found impossible. Offers started coming in from other companies, but I stayed loyal to Apex. They had taken a chance on me when I was still building my credibility, and Victoria had become something of a mentor. Meanwhile, my family's messages had evolved from guilt-tripping to attempted manipulation. Mom sent long emails about how Dad's health was suffering from the stress of my absence. Jessica forwarded articles about the importance of family forgiveness. Danny tried the buddy approach, sending memes and jokes as if nothing had happened, slowly trying to normalize communication. I responded occasionally, brief messages confirming I was alive and well. Nothing more. Then, 6 weeks into my Prague residency, I got a call from Victoria that changed everything. "Samantha, we need to talk about something sensitive," she said. "I'm sending you an encrypted file. Look at it and call me back." The file contained internal documents from my former employer in Denver. Somehow, Apex had obtained details of their new expansion strategy, and it was aggressive. They were planning to undercut Apex's pricing in every major market, using what appeared to be insider knowledge of Apex's cost structures. How did they get this information? I asked when I called Victoria back. We think they have someone on the inside. Someone who knows our contracts and pricing. She paused. Samantha, I need to ask you directly. You worked there for 6 years. Did you sign a non-compete? No, I was just an analyst. They didn't consider me important enough for a non-compete. And you've had no contact with anyone there since you left? None. I quit without notice and disappeared. Remember? Victoria was quiet for a moment. The timeline matches up. They started getting aggressive right around when you would have been in Southeast Asia establishing our new supplier relationships. My mind raced. You think they're copying my strategy? How would they even know what I was doing? That's what we need to find out. Can you think of anyone there who might have tracked your movements? Anyone who knew about your new position? I thought back to my old office, to the people I had worked with for 6 years. Most of them had barely noticed when I left, but there was one person who might have paid attention. There was someone, I said slowly. Trevor. He was in my department, always competitive, always looking for an edge. We worked on several projects together. He knew my methods. Is he still there? As far as I know. Let me check. I logged into LinkedIn for the first time in weeks. Trevor's profile showed he was still at my former employer, but he had been promoted. He was now the Director of International Supply Chain Strategy. My job. The promotion I had been quietly working toward for 6 years. Victoria, I said, a slow, dangerous smile spreading across my face. He has my old job. Or rather, the job I should have gotten. Send me his information. We need to figure out if he is tracking your work. Over the next week, Victoria's team investigated. What they found was both flattering and infuriating. Trevor had indeed been monitoring my LinkedIn profile, my consulting activities, and even my travel patterns. He had been using my success as a roadmap, following 3 months behind, approaching the same suppliers I had worked with, and trying to undercut the relationships I had built. But he wasn't as good at it as I was. He lacked the cultural sensitivity, the patience, the genuine relationship-building skills. Most of the suppliers he approached had rejected his offers or given him minimal access, remaining loyal to the partnerships I had established. Still, his attempts were causing problems. Suppliers were confused about why 2 different American companies were approaching them with similar strategies. Some were starting to distrust both companies, worried about being caught in corporate games. We need to shut this down, Victoria said during our strategy call. Samantha, I know this is asking a lot, but would you be willing to go back to Denver? Apex wants to open a United States regional office, and we think your presence there would send a strong message. Plus, you could directly counter whatever Trevor is doing. I thought about it. Denver. Home. The place I had fled from a year ago. When? I asked. 3 months. That gives you time to finish your Eastern Europe projects and transition them to someone else. We want you focused on the United States market and directly competing with your old company. They will realize I am specifically targeting them. Good. Let them realize it. You are better at this than anyone they have, and it's time they knew it. After the call, I sat in my Prague apartment, looking out over the city lights. A year ago, I had been invisible, forgotten, left behind. Now, I was being asked to return as a strategic weapon. The irony was almost too perfect. I called my mother. It was time. Mom, I'm coming back to Denver. The sound she made was somewhere between a gasp and a sob. Really? Oh, Samantha, I'm so glad. When? 3 months. For work. Apex is opening a regional office there, and I'll be running it. You'll be running an office? But I thought you were just consulting. I was. Now I'm being promoted to regional director. It's a significant position. I didn't know you were doing so well. You didn't ask. There was a pause. You're right. I didn't. I'm sorry for that, sweetheart. Truly. I know, I said. And surprisingly, I did believe her. But I'm not coming back to be the old Samantha. That person doesn't exist anymore. I'm coming back on my own terms, with my own life, my own career. If you and Dad and Jessica and Danny want to be part of that life, you'll need to accept it. Of course we will. We just want you back in our lives. We'll see, I said. I'll let you know when I land. The 3 months passed quickly. I wrapped up my Eastern European projects, trained my replacement, and prepared for the move back to Denver. Apex had leased office space in a new building downtown, sleek and modern, nothing like my old office. They had given me a generous budget to hire a small team and the authority to make strategic decisions independently. I was not just returning to Denver. I was returning as someone who mattered. The night before my flight, I had one last video call with Victoria. "Samantha, I want you to know something," she said. "When I first reached out to you a year ago, I was taking a risk. You had no official consulting experience, just some projects you had cobbled together while traveling. But something told me you were special. You proved me right beyond my wildest expectations. Thank you. That means a lot. This new position, it's not just about competing with your old employer. We're betting on you to build something significant. Apex wants to dominate the pharmaceutical distribution market in the United States within 5 years. You are going to help us do that." "No pressure then," I said with a smile. She laughed. "You thrive under pressure. That's why we hired you. One more thing, though. Your old employer knows you're coming. Word has gotten out. Expect them to react." "Let them react," I said, a fire burning in my gut. "I'm ready." I landed in Denver on a crisp October afternoon, exactly 1 year and 1 month after I had left. The city looked the same, but I felt completely different. I checked into a hotel. Apex was paying for temporary housing until I found an apartment and spent the evening unpacking and preparing for my first day at the new office. I didn't contact my family yet. That could wait. The Apex regional office was on the 14th floor of a building in the Lodo district. Floor-to-ceiling windows offered views of the mountains. My office had my name on the door, Samantha, Regional Director. I stood in the doorway for a moment, taking it in. A year ago, I had been an analyst in a cubicle, easily forgotten. Now, I had an office with my name on it and a team to build. My first hire was critical. I needed someone who understood the local market, but wasn't tied to any of the existing players. I spent 2 weeks interviewing candidates, and I found her. Patricia. Not my old supervisor. A different Patricia. This Patricia was a former operations manager at a medical device company. Sharp and ambitious. Exactly what I needed. "I'll be honest," she said during her interview. "I know who you are. I know you used to work at the company we're competing against. That makes this interesting." "Interesting how?" I asked. "Because everyone in the industry is talking about you. The analyst who disappeared and came back as a consultant, who built a reputation in Asia faster than anyone thought possible, and who is now being positioned to take on her former employer. It's a great story. It's not a story. It's my life." "Even better," Patricia said with a grin. "I want to be part of it. When do I start?" She started the following Monday. Together, we began building the operation. 2 more hires followed, a logistics coordinator and a business analyst. Small team, but effective. Meanwhile, my family was becoming persistent. They knew I was back in Denver. I had posted about my new position on LinkedIn, but I hadn't reached out. Finally, after 2 weeks, I agreed to have dinner with them. Not at home, but at a restaurant. Mom, Dad, Jessica with her husband Brandon, and Danny. They looked older, more tired. Or maybe I was just seeing them clearly for the first time. The dinner started awkwardly. Everyone trying too hard to be normal, to pretend the last year hadn't happened. Finally, my father cleared his throat. "Samantha, we owe you an apology. A real one. What we did, leaving you out of Jessica's wedding, it was unforgivable. We got caught up in the excitement and the planning, and we forgot the most important thing, you." "We didn't forget her," Mom interjected. We forgot her," Dad said firmly. "Let's be honest. Samantha has always been the easy child, the one who didn't need attention, who didn't demand the spotlight, and we took advantage of that. We let her slip into the background because it was convenient." Jessica was crying quietly. Danny stared at his plate. "I'm sorry," Dad continued. "You deserve better from us. You deserve better from us. If you'll give us a chance, we want to do better." I looked at each of them. My family. The people who had shaped me, forgotten me, and inadvertently pushed me toward becoming someone stronger. "I appreciate that," I said carefully. "But I need you to understand something. I am not the same person who left. I don't need your approval anymore. I don't need to be included in family events to feel valued. I have built a life that matters to me, with or without you in it." We understand, Mom said quickly. We just want to be in your life, whatever that looks like. Then you need to accept that my life is here in Denver, but also in Prague and Bangkok and wherever my work takes me. You need to accept that I am successful and independent. You need to stop treating me like reliable, boring Samantha who exists to make everyone else comfortable. We never thought you were boring, Jessica said, her voice thick with tears. I looked at her, my sister, who I had once idolized. Yes, you did. You all did. But that's okay. It taught me something important. What? Danny asked. That being forgotten can be the greatest gift. It forced me to find out who I was without you. And I like who I found. The dinner ended with tentative plans to stay in touch. I promised to come to Sunday dinners occasionally. They promised to actually remember my birthday next year. Small steps towards something that might eventually resemble a healthy relationship. But I wasn't holding my breath. The real test came 2 weeks later when Trevor reached out. His message on LinkedIn was brief. Heard you were back in town. We should grab coffee. Would love to hear about your travels. I stared at the message for a long time. He had been following my work, copying my strategies, trying to benefit from my success, while I had been invisible to him when we worked in the same office. I replied, Sure, how about Tuesday at 10? He suggested a coffee shop near my old office. I countered with one near my new office. He agreed. It was time to remind everyone exactly who had taught them their best moves. Trevor looked exactly as I remembered. Confident, polished, the kind of person who had always been noticed while I had faded into the background. He stood when I entered the coffee shop, flashing the charming smile that had probably helped him secure that promotion. Samantha, you look great. Europe clearly agreed with you. It did, I said, shaking his hand briefly before sitting down. We ordered coffee, made small talk about Denver's growth, the weather, nothing substantive. He was circling, trying to figure out how to approach what he really wanted to discuss. Finally, he leaned forward. I have to say, I've been following your work. Very impressive what you've done in such a short time. That Vietnam deal everyone is talking about. Brilliant. Thank you. You're always good at the detail work. I remember when we worked together on that Thailand project. You had such a methodical approach. I smiled slightly. I remember that project. You presented my analysis to the executives and took credit for it. He had the grace to look uncomfortable. That was just how things worked back then. Team effort, you know. Of course. I sipped my coffee. So, why did you want to meet? Trevor relaxed, thinking he had successfully glossed over the past. I wanted to pick your brain about the Asian markets. We're expanding there. And honestly, we could use some insights from someone who's been on the ground. You want me to help my competitor? We don't have to be competitors. There's room for multiple players in this market. Maybe we could even collaborate on some projects. I set down my coffee cup carefully. Trevor, you have been following my LinkedIn profile for a year. You have been approaching the same suppliers I cultivated, using the same strategies I developed, trying to replicate my success. And now you want to collaborate. His face went through several expressions before settling on defensive. I don't know what you're talking about. Yes, you do. The question is why. You got the promotion I should have had. You're in the position I worked toward for 6 years. Why are you so interested in what I am doing? He was quiet for a moment, and I saw something flicker across his face. Not guilt, envy. Because you're good at this, he said finally. Better than me, maybe. You always were. You see things other people miss. You build relationships that last. And now you're with Apex. And they're beating us in every market you touch. And whose fault is that? I didn't force you to leave. No, you just made sure I stayed invisible long enough that leaving was the only option. Trevor leaned back. What do you want me to say, Samantha? That I'm sorry. That I wish things had been different. I don't want you to say anything. I wanted you to know that I know exactly what you have been doing, and it has not worked. The suppliers you approached, they told me about your offers. They laughed about how poorly you understood their business cultures, how you tried to strong-arm deals instead of building partnerships. His jaw tightened. We're doing fine. You are hemorrhaging market share to Apex. In 6 months, we have captured 15% of the pharmaceutical distribution market in Southeast Asia. Your company has dropped by 12% in the same period. Those numbers are public, Trevor. Anyone can see them. So, you came back here to gloat? No, I said, standing up. I came back here to finish what I started. Trevor looked up at me, and for the first time in all the years I had known him, I saw uncertainty in his eyes. Enjoy your coffee, I said. And Trevor, stop following my LinkedIn profile. It's a little pathetic. I walked out without looking back. That evening, I had a video call with Victoria. She was smiling before I even said anything. I heard about your meeting with Trevor. How did you? The industry is smaller than you think, and people talk. Especially when someone shuts down the competition's golden boy in public. Well done. I just told him the truth, which is exactly what he needed to hear. Samantha, I have news. The executive team has been reviewing the quarterly projections, and your impact on our growth cannot be overstated. We want to expand your role again. Already? I asked, genuinely surprised. I'd been back in Denver for less than 2 months. You have exceeded every target we set. Gregory wants to make you Vice President of International Operations. You would oversee all of our global supply chain initiatives, not just the United States region. I sat down slowly. Vice President, a title that would have taken me decades to achieve at my old company, if ever. That's substantial. You've earned it. The board meeting is next week. They want you to present your strategy for the next 2 years. Show them what you showed us in Vietnam and Prague. Convince them that you can scale that success globally. After the call, I sat in my apartment looking out at the Denver skyline. A year ago, I had left the city feeling worthless, forgotten, invisible. Now, I was being offered a vice presidency at a company that actually valued my work. But I wasn't done yet. The board presentation was scheduled for the following Thursday. I spent a week preparing, pulling together data, projections, case studies. Patricia helped me refine the presentation, pushing back on weak points, strengthening the narrative. You need to show them you're not just good at tactics, she said. You need to prove you think strategically, that you understand the big picture. She was right. I restructured the presentation to tell a story, where Apex was now, where the market was heading, and how my approach could position them to dominate in 5 years. The night before the presentation, my mother called. Sweetheart, I wanted to tell you how proud I am. Jessica mentioned she saw something on LinkedIn about a promotion. Potentially. I have a board presentation tomorrow. That's wonderful. What will you be presenting? I found myself actually explaining it to her, walking through my strategy, my vision. She listened, asking occasional questions that showed she was genuinely trying to understand. Samantha, I had no idea you were doing work at this level. This is remarkable. It's what I've been building toward. I know I've said this before, but I really am sorry we didn't see it. We didn't see you. You were always there, always reliable, and we took that for granted. You did. Can I come to Denver next month? Just me, not the whole family. I'd like to take you to dinner and actually talk. Really talk about your life, your work, everything we missed. I considered it. Maybe. Let me get through this presentation first. Of course. Good luck tomorrow, honey. Not that you need it. I have a feeling you're going to impress everyone. The presentation was at 9 a.m. in Apex's Chicago headquarters. I flew in the night before, rehearsed one final time in my hotel room, and arrived at the office at 8:30. Gregory greeted me personally. Nervous. Focused, I said. Good answer. The board is tough but fair. Show them what you've shown us, and you'll be fine. The boardroom was intimidating. Long table, leather chairs, 7 board members, plus Gregory and Victoria. They looked at me with expressions ranging from curious to skeptical. I was young for a vice president position. I had been with the company less than a year. I understood their doubts. I began with the Vietnam case study, walking them through how I had identified the opportunity, built the relationships, and secured contracts that were now saving Apex millions annually. Then I moved to Prague, to the Eastern European partnerships that were opening new markets. This is impressive work, one board member said, but it's one thing to succeed in specific projects. Can you scale this approach across all international operations? I advanced to my next slide, a global map showing target markets, potential partners I had already identified, and projected growth rates for each region. Yes, I said simply. Here's how. I spent the next 30 minutes detailing my strategy, identifying underserved markets, building local partnerships rather than imposing corporate mandates, respecting cultural differences while maintaining quality standards, creating a network of consultants and regional managers who understood both local contexts and global logistics. The key, I said, is recognizing that international supply chain management is not about controlling everything centrally. It is about building trust in each region and connecting those relationships into a coherent network. My competitors, including my former employer, keep failing because they try to force a one-size-fits-all approach. We will succeed because we adapt. Another board member leaned forward. You keep referring to your former employer. Are you proposing we specifically target them? I am proposing we operate so effectively that they become irrelevant. If that involves directly competing for their market share, then yes. That is aggressive. That is business. Gregory was smiling. Victoria looked satisfied. The board members exchanged glances, and I saw the shift happening. I had won them over. The board chair, an elegant woman in her 60s named Diane, spoke. Miss Samantha, you left your previous employer a year ago. You spent that year traveling, building skills, establishing relationships. Can you tell us why you chose Apex when you could have gone anywhere? I thought about it. Victoria took a chance on me when I was unproven. She saw potential when others would have seen a resume gap and questionable decisions. Apex gave me room to succeed or fail on my own merits. That is rare. That is valuable. And that is worth building something exceptional for. Diane nodded slowly. One more question. What do you want to achieve here? Where do you see yourself in 5 years? I want to make Apex the dominant player in international pharmaceutical distribution. I want to build something that lasts, that matters. And in 5 years, I want to look back and know that I turned potential into reality. Thank you. We will deliberate and let you know our decision. I left the boardroom and waited in Gregory's office. Victoria joined me. That was one of the best presentations I have ever seen, she said. You have nothing to worry about. 20 minutes later, Gregory returned, grinning. Congratulations, Madam Vice President. You start immediately. The promotion was announced company-wide that afternoon. My LinkedIn profile updated automatically. Within hours, messages poured in, congratulations from colleagues, connection requests from competitors, and one particularly interesting message from my old company CEO, Samantha. Congratulations on your new role. I wish we had recognized your talents when you were with us. If you are ever interested in discussing opportunities, my door is open. I did not respond. There was nothing to say. They had their chance. Over the next 3 months, I built my team and implemented my strategy. Patricia transferred to Chicago to serve as my director of operations. We hired regional managers for Asia, Europe, and Latin America. I traveled constantly, visiting suppliers, negotiating contracts, building the network I had envisioned. And slowly, methodically, we dismantled my former employer's competitive advantages. Every supplier they had taken for granted, we courted. Every market they had ignored, we entered. Every relationship they had damaged through arrogance, we repaired. It was not about revenge anymore. It was about doing the work better than anyone else. The results spoke for themselves. Within 6 months of my promotion, Apex had captured 28% of the international pharmaceutical distribution market. My former employer had dropped to 18%. Their stock price declined. Their board fired their CEO. And Trevor lost his job. I learned about it through LinkedIn, where his profile quietly changed to seeking new opportunities. Part of me felt satisfied. A larger part felt nothing at all. He was no longer relevant to my story. My family had slowly worked their way back into my life. Sunday dinners became a regular occurrence, though I maintained clear boundaries. I shared details about my work when I wanted to, deflected when I did not. They were learning to see me as I actually was, not as they had assumed. Jessica and I had coffee one afternoon, just the two of us. I've been thinking a lot about what you said, she began, about how I never asked about your life. You were right. I was so focused on my career, my wedding, my life that I never considered yours. I know. I want to do better. Can you tell me about your work? Really tell me. Not just the LinkedIn version. So I did. I told her about Vietnam, about learning to negotiate in different cultures, about the satisfaction of building something from nothing. She listened, really listened, asking questions that showed genuine interest. You know what's funny? She said when I finished. I always thought I was the successful sister, the one with the impressive career and perfect life. But you've built something I never could. You took a massive risk, reinvented yourself, and came back stronger. I'm actually jealous. Don't be, I said. You have your path. I have mine. They don't have to compete. When did you get so wise? I smiled. Somewhere between Bangkok and Barcelona. A year and a half after I had disappeared from my family's life, I stood in Apex's Chicago headquarters, looking at the quarterly projections. We had just closed the biggest deal in company history, an exclusive partnership with a manufacturing consortium in India that would supply 30% of the United States pharmaceutical market. Gregory called me into his office. Samantha, the board wants to offer you a seat. You would be the youngest board member in Apex's history. I accepted. That evening, I took myself to dinner at a nice restaurant. No family, no colleagues, just me. I ordered wine, a perfect steak, and dessert. I sat there, savoring every bite, thinking about the journey that had brought me here. 2 years ago, I had been invisible, forgotten, left behind. Today, I was a board member of a major pharmaceutical distribution company, overseeing international operations across 4 continents, earning more money than I had ever imagined possible. But more than that, I had become someone I respected, someone who didn't wait for permission or validation, someone who built her own path when the old one disappeared. My phone buzzed. A message from my mother. Saw the news about the board appointment. So proud of you, sweetheart. Sunday dinner to celebrate. I smiled and typed back. Maybe. I have a flight to Singapore on Monday. Let me check my schedule, because that was my life now. International flights, board meetings, strategic decisions that affected thousands of people, and a family that had finally learned I was worth remembering. In the months that followed, the consequences for those who had overlooked me became painfully clear. Trevor never recovered his career momentum, taking a junior position at a much smaller firm where he remained stuck for years, always wondering what could have been. My former employer continued to hemorrhage market share, eventually being acquired by a competitor at a fraction of their former valuation. The executive team that had passed me over for promotions found themselves explaining to shareholders how they had lost the industry's most valuable strategist. Jessica's perfect life revealed cracks. Her marriage struggled under the weight of her husband's failed business venture, and she often called me for advice, finally seeing me as someone worth consulting. My parents, humbled by how close they had come to losing me entirely, made genuine efforts to understand my life, though they would never fully comprehend the depth of what their neglect had cost me. As I sit in my Chicago office now, watching planes take off toward destinations I'll visit next week, I realize the greatest revenge wasn't their downfall, but my rise. They forgot me, and in that forgetting, they freed me to become extraordinary. So, tell me in the comments below, have you ever felt completely overlooked, only to find your greatest strength in that invisibility? What did you do? I'm genuinely curious to hear your stories. At my sister's wedding, she humiliated me in her speech. My sister called me a single mother nobody wants. The room burst out laughing. My mom added, she's a used product. Dad covered his mouth to hide a laugh. Then the groom stood up and took the mic. The room went silent. What if the happiest day of your sister's life became the day your entire family ripped you to shreds, publicly, in front of your own child? The room erupted in laughter, but one person didn't laugh. And what he did next changed everything. My name is Morgan Ingram. I'm 32, an ER nurse and a single mom. And 3 weeks ago, at my sister Vivian's wedding, I hit rock bottom. I thought I knew what pain was. I thought I knew what rejection felt like. But nothing, and I mean nothing, prepared me for that day. Growing up, our 4-bedroom colonial in Greenwich, Connecticut, felt like 2 different houses. There was Vivian's house, where she was the princess, 4 years younger, blonde, effortlessly charming. Teachers forgave her, boys adored her. She was Mommy's mini-me, Daddy's little angel. Then there was my house, the one for the workhorse. I was the responsible one, the one who didn't need attention. Which, in Ingram family code, meant I didn't get attention. My prom, 2 years before Vivian's, I wore a $63 dress from Macy's clearance rack. I saved my babysitting money for it. My mom, looking over her reading glasses, had simply said, "Morgan, you don't need all that. You're the simple type. It suits you." Vivian, she got a $500 Sherry Hill gown, blush pink, hand-beaded. The kind that made other girls gasp. Our bedrooms told the same story. Vivian, corner room, balcony, fairy lights. Me, end of the hall, next to the utility closet, hand-me-down furniture. I didn't hate Vivian for it. How could I? She was just a kid in a system she didn't create. But I did wonder, sometimes, late at night, what fundamental flaw existed in me that made my own parents look right through me. I just didn't know then that this pattern, this excruciating pattern, would follow me all the way to her wedding day. I met Kevin at 24, my second year as an ER nurse. Charming, confident, the kind of man who made you feel like the only person in a crowded room. We married a year later. My parents attended, of course, but spent most of the reception talking about Vivian's upcoming internship at a prestigious PR firm. She's going places, my mom kept telling guests. Both my girls are doing well, but Vivian, she's something special. At my own wedding reception, my parents made it clear I was still the understudy. My marriage unraveled faster than I could have imagined. Kevin had a gift for making me feel small, questioning my choices, criticizing my appearance, isolating me. By the time I discovered he was sleeping with his regional manager, I was 7 months pregnant and had lost most of my sense of self. The divorce was finalized when Ethan was 14 months old. I was 27, alone, working night shifts while my son slept at a daycare that charged by the hour. My mother's response to the news? A long sigh followed by, "I always worried you didn't know how to keep a man happy. Vivian would never let this happen to her." My father said nothing. He never did. Vivian texted once, "That sucks. But honestly, you always pick the wrong guys. Maybe try therapy." No offer to help. No checking in on Ethan. No acknowledgement that I was drowning. I didn't need their pity, I told myself. Every night, heating up instant noodles after a 12-hour shift, Ethan asleep in our cramped one-bedroom apartment, I just needed them to stop treating my pain like entertainment. Then Daniel Mercer entered the picture. This was 2 years before the wedding. Vivian met him at a black-tie charity gala. He was a children's rights attorney, the kind who took pro bono cases, quiet, kind eyes, and a habit of actually listening. The first time I met him was at a family dinner at my parents' house. Vivian had been dating him for 3 months and wanted to show him off. He shook my hand, then noticed Ethan hiding behind my legs, and immediately crouched down. "Hey, buddy, I like your dinosaur shirt. Is that a T-Rex?" Ethan beamed. No one in my family ever paid him that kind of attention. Throughout dinner, I caught Daniel watching our family dynamics. He saw how my mother redirected every conversation back to Vivian. The way my father laughed at Vivian's jokes but barely acknowledged mine. The way I automatically cleared the dishes while Vivian remained seated, checking her phone. Later, as I loaded my car, Daniel appeared beside me. "Does your family always treat you like that?" he asked quietly. I almost dropped Ethan's diaper bag. "Like what?" "Like you're invisible." I forced a laugh. "That's just how we are. Vivian's the star. I'm the supporting cast." He didn't laugh, just nodded slowly, something unreadable in his expression. "You're a good mother," he said. "Ethan's lucky to have you." Then he walked back inside. I didn't understand why those words made my eyes sting, or why, 4 weeks afterward, I kept replaying that brief conversation in my head. The wedding invitation arrived in a cream envelope with gold calligraphy. So thick, so expensive, it felt more like a royal summons. "Vivian Marie Ingram and Daniel James Mercer request the pleasure of your company." The venue was the Carlyle, a 5-star hotel in Manhattan. 200 guests, an estimated $150,000 budget, funded entirely by my parents. For context, when I got married, my parents contributed $2,000 and complained about it for months. The invitation came with conditions. 2 weeks before the wedding, Vivian called. "Morgan, I need to discuss some things." "Of course. What's up?" "First, please wear something understated. Pastels or neutrals only. I don't want anyone drawing attention away from me. I'd planned to wear a deep green dress." "Okay, I can do that." "Second," she paused, "do you really have to bring Ethan? He's 5. He'll probably get fussy and ruin the ceremony." "Vivian, I don't have anyone to watch him. Kevin's not in the picture." "Fine," she cut me off, "but keep him quiet, and you'll be at a table in the back, so you can take him out quickly if he makes a scene." The morning of the wedding, my mother called. "Morgan, I've spoken with the event coordinator. You and the boy are at table 23 near the service entrance. Don't make a fuss. This is Vivian's day, and we can't have any distractions. Distractions? That's what my 5-year-old son was to them. I should have seen it then. The setup, the positioning, the careful orchestration of my humiliation. But I didn't. I just wanted to survive the day. The Carlisle ballroom was breathtaking. Soaring ceilings dripping with crystal chandeliers. White roses cascading from every surface. A string quartet playing Vivaldi. The kind of wedding you see in bridal magazines. The kind that makes guests whisper about how lucky the couple must be. I wore a dove gray cocktail dress I'd found on sale. Modest, forgettable, exactly what Vivian had demanded. Ethan looked adorable in his little navy vest and khakis, clutching my hand. "Mommy, it's so pretty," he whispered, eyes wide. "It is, baby. Let's find our table." Table 23 was exactly where my mother promised. Tucked in the far corner, half hidden behind a pillar, so close to the kitchen doors I could hear the catering staff shouting orders. The other guests were distant cousins I'd met maybe twice. No one from my immediate family came to greet us. I watched as my parents made their grand entrance, my mother in champagne Valentino, my father in a tailored Armani. They worked the room like politicians, hugging, laughing, accepting compliments about their beautiful daughter. Singular daughter. Vivian swept in 30 minutes later in a Vera Wang gown that probably cost more than my annual rent. She was radiant, glowing, every inch the princess. Her eyes found me across the room. She smiled, but it wasn't warm. It was the smile of someone who'd already won and wanted you to know it. On her way to the head table, she stopped at ours. "Morgan, you came?" "Of course I came. You're my sister." She glanced at Ethan, then back at me. "Just remember what I said about keeping him quiet." Then she was gone, swallowed by a crowd of admirers. I caught a notification flash across my mother's phone, left carelessly on a nearby table. "Remember the plan?" My stomach tightened, but I told myself it was nothing. The ceremony was beautiful. Vivian cried delicately, perfect tears. My parents beamed. Guests stabbed at their eyes. I sat in the back, Ethan on my lap, and tried to feel something other than hollow. During cocktail hour, the photographer gathered the family for portraits. I started to stand when my mother appeared. "Just the immediate family for this set, Morgan. Parents of the bride. You understand." I understood. I always understood. Ethan tugged at my sleeve. "Mommy, why can't we be in the picture?" "We'll take our own pictures later, sweetheart." I snapped a photo of him, trying to ignore the burning behind my eyes. At the reception, I watched from our distant table as aunts and uncles I'd known my whole life approached the head table to congratulate Vivian and Daniel. Not one of them stopped by to say hello to me. "Morgan, is that you?" Aunt Linda, my mother's sister, paused on her way to the bar. She looked uncomfortable. "I almost didn't see you back here." "The seating chart's creative," I said, forcing lightness. She glanced toward the head table, then back at me. Something like guilt flickered. Patricia's always had her preferences. "I'm sorry, honey." Before I could respond, she was gone. I noticed Daniel's friend, Mike, setting up his phone on a tripod, angled toward the stage. Probably live streaming for relatives. I didn't think much of it then. I had no idea that phone would become the most important witness to what happened next. The clinking of silverware silenced the room. The MC stepped up to the microphone. "Ladies and gentlemen, the bride would like to say a few words." Applause. Vivian rose, radiant. She took the microphone with practiced ease. "Thank you all for being here," she began, her voice honey-sweet. "This is the happiest day of my life, and I'm so grateful to share it with everyone I love." She smiled at Daniel, who watched her with an expression I couldn't quite read. "First, I want to thank my incredible parents. Mom, Dad, you've given me everything. I am who I am because of you." My mother pressed a hand to her heart, tears forming. My father nodded proudly. "And I want to talk about family," Vivian continued, her tone shifting. "About what family really means, about the lessons I've learned from watching everyone." Her eyes swept the room and landed on me. The warmth in her expression cooled, especially my sister. Ethan perked up beside me. "Mommy, Aunt Viv was talking about you." "I know, baby." But something in Vivian's smile made my blood run cold. It wasn't affection. It wasn't gratitude. It was anticipation. "Morgan, could you stand up?" Vivian called out. her amplified voice bouncing off the chandeliers. I want everyone to see you. 200 faces turned toward our corner table. My legs felt like concrete, but I stood. Ethan looked up at me, confused. There she is, Vivian said, her smile widening. My big sister, the one who taught me so many valuable lessons about life. See, my sister Morgan is a single mother. The words hung in the air, sharp and deliberate. A few guests shifted uncomfortably. Vivian's smile didn't waver. She got married young, had a baby, and then, well, things didn't work out. She tilted her head in mock sympathy. Her husband left her, couldn't handle it, I guess. And now she's alone. Scattered, nervous laughter. My face flushed hot. My sister is unwanted, Vivian continued, her voice carrying a theatrical sigh. No man wants her. I mean, can you blame them? She's got baggage now. A kid, bills, that whole mess. More laughter. Bolder this time. A few of Vivian's sorority sisters giggled into their champagne. I couldn't move, couldn't breathe. Then from the head table, my mother's voice, clear as a bell. She's a used product. The room erupted. 200 people laughing. My mother laughing. My father covering his mouth, shoulders shaking with barely contained amusement. I looked down at Ethan. His small face crumpled with confusion. His eyes darted between me and the laughing crowd. Mommy, his voice was tiny, scared. Why is everyone laughing at you? I couldn't answer. My throat had closed completely. I saw the notes in Vivian's hand. Typed, prepared, rehearsed. This wasn't a spontaneous joke. This was planned, scripted, a coordinated attack disguised as a wedding speech. But you know what? Vivian said, riding the wave of laughter. Morgan taught me a valuable lesson. She showed me exactly what not to do with my life. So really I should thank her. She raised her champagne glass toward me. To Morgan, my cautionary tale. The guests raised their glasses, some still laughing. Others looked uncomfortable, but said nothing. And my 5-year-old son watched his mother become a punchline. Vivian wasn't finished. You know, growing up, everyone always asked why Morgan and I were so different. She paced the stage like a performer. Same parents, same house, same opportunities. But Vivian succeeded. And Morgan, well, she gestured vaguely in my direction. I used to feel bad about it. Poor Morgan, always struggling. Poor Morgan can't keep a man. Poor Morgan stuck in that sad little apartment with her sad little life. My mother nodded along, dabbing at her eyes, but they weren't tears of sympathy. They were tears of laughter. But then I realized, Vivian continued, some people are just meant to be warnings, not examples. And my sister, she's the best warning I could ask for. Applause. Actual applause. I felt Ethan's hand tighten around mine. His whole body trembled. Mommy, I want to go, he whispered, his voice cracking. I know, baby. I know. But my legs wouldn't move. I was frozen, pinned under the weight of 200 judging eyes. My mother's cruel laughter. My father's complicit silence. This was rock bottom. I thought. I was wrong. Honestly, Mom's right. Vivian raised her glass again. Morgan is a used product, damaged goods. But hey, she shrugged with theatrical innocence, at least she's here to see how a real success story ends. The laughter swelled, and then movement from the head table. Daniel pushed back his chair. His jaw was tight, his eyes fixed on Ethan's small, shaking form pressed against my side. For a moment, I thought he was leaving, walking out on his own wedding. Instead, he walked directly toward the stage, toward Vivian, toward the microphone. The laughter faltered, then died. No one knew what was about to happen, including me. Daniel moved with purpose. His polished Oxford shoes clicked against the marble floor in the sudden silence. The string quartet had stopped playing. Guests froze mid-sip, mid-laugh, mid-whisper. Vivian's confident smile flickered. Daniel, baby, what are you? He didn't answer, didn't even look at her. His eyes were locked on our table, on Ethan. My son had buried his face against my hip, his small shoulders shaking with silent sobs. He didn't understand why everyone was laughing at his mommy. He just knew it hurt. Daniel saw that, and something in his expression hardened into steel. He reached the stage in 6 strides. Vivian still held the microphone, her smile frozen in confusion. Daniel, sit down. I'm not finished with my... He took the microphone from her hand. Not grabbed, not snatched. Just calmly, firmly removed it from her grip, like confiscating a dangerous object from a child. Daniel, Vivian's voice pitched high with alarm. What are you doing? The ballroom had gone completely silent. 200 people holding their breath. I saw my mother half rise from her seat, her face cycling through confusion, anger, and fear. Daniel raised the microphone to his lips. I apologize for the interruption, he said, his voice steady and clear. But there's something I need to say. He turned to look at me. Really look at me. Not through me, not past me, but directly at me. Then he turned back to face the crowd. I've spent 2 years watching how this family treats Morgan Ingram. His voice resonated through the stunned silence. 2 years of dinners where she's ignored. 2 years of holidays where she's excluded. 2 years of watching her be treated as less than nothing by the people who are supposed to love her. Vivian grabbed at his arm. Daniel, stop. You're embarrassing me. He stepped away from her touch. No, Vivian. You did that yourself. Daniel's voice carried across the silent ballroom, steady as a courtroom closing argument. I'm a children's rights attorney. I've dedicated my career to protecting kids from family trauma, from environments that damage them, from adults who should know better. He pointed toward our table, toward Ethan, still pressed against my leg, still trembling. That little boy is 5 years old. 5. And you just made him watch 200 adults laugh at his mother. You called her unwanted. You called her damaged goods. You called her a used product. His voice cracked with barely contained fury. In front of her child, silence. Absolute, ringing silence. My mother's face had gone pale. My father stared at his plate. I've spent my whole life fighting against exactly this kind of cruelty, Daniel continued. And I will not. I cannot become part of a family that inflicts it. He turned to Vivian. She was frozen, her perfect makeup suddenly garish under the harsh lights. Her carefully crafted facade crumbling in real time. Daniel, please, she whispered, the microphone catching every word. You're overreacting. It was just a joke. A joke. His laugh was hollow. You planned this. You rehearsed this. You turned your own sister's pain into entertainment. He stepped back from her, creating a visible chasm between them. I can't marry you, Vivian. I won't. The collective gasp from 200 guests was audible. And one more thing. Daniel's eyes found Mike's phone, still recording on its tripod. My cousin Mike has been live streaming this reception for family members in California who couldn't attend. About 50 people have witnessed exactly what kind of family I almost married into. He set the microphone down on the stage with a soft thud. I'm sorry for the disruption to your evening, he said to the stunned guests. The bar is still open. Please enjoy. Then he walked off the stage. The dam broke. My mother was on her feet, her Valentino gown swirling around her as she stormed toward our table. Her face was twisted with rage. Not at Vivian, not at herself, but at me. What did you do? She hissed, jabbing a manicured finger. What did you say to Daniel? You ruined your sister's wedding. Mom, I didn't. You've always been jealous of her. My mother's voice rose to a shriek that silenced the tentative murmurs beginning to ripple through the crowd. You couldn't stand to see her happy, could you? You had to poison Daniel against her. Vivian had collapsed into her chair at the head table, mascara tracking down her cheeks. Her carefully constructed moment of triumph had shattered into a very public nightmare. My father appeared at my mother's side, his expression hard. What did you tell him, Morgan? Behind our backs. What did you say? I didn't tell him anything. I barely spoke to him. Liar! Vivian's voice cut through the ballroom. She was standing now, her Verawan gown seeming to mock the disaster unfolding. You've been trying to turn him against me since day one. You couldn't let me have one thing, could you? One perfect day. I felt the narrative shifting in real time. The guests who had been laughing minutes ago were now looking at me differently. Not with sympathy, but with suspicion. She must have done something. Maybe the sister provoked this. Poor Vivian. I saw it happening. The rewriting of history, right before my eyes. In a matter of minutes, I had transformed from victim to villain in the minds of 200 witnesses. And I realized, if I didn't leave right now, this would be my legacy. The jealous sister who destroyed her sibling's wedding forever. I looked down at Ethan. His face was red and blotchy from crying. His small hands were balled into fists against his chest. He was trying so hard to be brave, to understand why the world had suddenly become so loud and angry and scary. And in that moment, something shifted inside me. For 32 years, I had been the one who stayed quiet, the one who kept the peace, the one who absorbed every slight, every insult, every moment of being overlooked. Because fighting back wasn't worth the drama. But this wasn't about me anymore. This was about my son watching his mother be torn apart and doing nothing. I stood up, not dramatically, not defiantly, just stood, smoothed down my gray dress, lifted Ethan into my arms. I didn't say anything to Daniel. I said, my voice calm and clear. I didn't need to. He has eyes. He's watched you treat me like garbage for 2 years. And tonight, he finally decided he couldn't live with it. My mother's mouth opened and closed like a fish. You're lying. Vivian spat. You've always been jealous, Morgan. Since we were kids, you can't stand that I'm better than you. I didn't argue. Didn't defend myself. What was the point? Instead, I turned and began walking toward the exit. Behind me, I heard my mother's voice, shrill with desperation. Morgan, you come back here and apologize to your sister right now. I didn't turn around. Ethan wrapped his arms around my neck, his wet cheek pressed against mine. Mommy, he whispered. Are we going home? Yes, baby. Good. A pause. I don't like it here. I know, sweetheart. I kissed his forehead as the ballroom doors loomed ahead. Neither do I. The walk from table 23 to the ballroom exit was approximately 40 feet. It felt like 40 miles. I kept my back straight, my steps measured. Ethan clung to me, his face hidden against my shoulder. Around us, 200 guests sat in stunned silence, watching the drama unfold like a live theater performance they hadn't paid to see. I saw Daniel standing near the doorway. He wasn't fleeing the scene. He was waiting. When I reached him, he stepped forward, blocking the path just long enough to speak. Morgan! His voice was quiet, meant only for me. I'm sorry. I should have said something years ago. I should have. Don't apologize. I shifted Ethan on my hip. You just saved my son from watching his mother be humiliated without anyone caring. That's more than anyone in my own family has ever done. He reached into his jacket pocket and produced a business card. Simple white cardstock, professional black text. Daniel Mercer, attorney at law, family and children's rights. If you ever need anything, legal help, a reference, anything at all, call me. Pro bono. I mean it. I took the card and tucked it into my purse. Thank you for Ethan. Behind us, I could hear Vivian's voice rising in hysterics. My mother trying to calm her. My father issuing terse commands to the bewildered wedding planner. I didn't look back. I pushed through the ornate doors, into the hotel corridor, my heels clicking on the marble floor. Ethan lifted his head as the noise of the ballroom faded behind us. Mommy, are you sad? I thought about the question. Really thought about it. No, baby, I said. I'm not sad. For the first time in a very long time, I realized I wasn't lying. How about some pancakes when we get home? His face lit up. With chocolate chips. All the chocolate chips you want. By the time I got Ethan bathed, fed, and tucked into bed with his favorite dinosaur, my phone had accumulated 47 missed calls. 31 from my mother, 12 from Vivian, 4 from my father. I scrolled through the text messages while sitting on the edge of my bed, still in my gray dress, still wearing the makeup I'd so carefully applied that morning. Mom, 10:47 p.m., you ruined everything. Call me now. Mom, 11:05 p.m., Vivian is hysterical. Daniel left. This is all your fault. Mom, 11:15 p.m., don't you dare ignore me. Morgan Elizabeth Ingram. Vivian, 11:23 p.m., I will never forgive you for this. Never. You destroyed my life. Dad, 11:45 p.m., your mother is very upset. You need to call her. I set the phone face down on my nightstand. Then I saw a message from an unexpected number. Aunt Linda, my mother's younger sister, the one who had approached me at the reception. Aunt Linda, 12:02 a.m., Morgan, I watched the live stream from Mike's phone. Honey, I am so sorry. I had no idea Patricia and Vivian were capable of something like this. I'm ashamed of my own sister right now. Please know that you didn't do anything wrong. I'm here if you need to talk. I read it twice, then a third time. It was the first acknowledgement from anyone in my family, extended or otherwise, that what happened to me was wrong. Not my fault. Not something I provoked or deserved. Wrong. The tears I'd held back all night finally came. Quiet tears. The kind you cry when you're relieved and heartbroken at the same time. Someone had seen me. Really seen me. And that single text meant more than 32 years of hoping my own mother would. The screenshots arrived at 8:47 the next morning. Rachel, my best friend since nursing school, had texted at 3 a.m. Don't read anything until you call me. Seriously, I have something you need to see. By the time I woke up, Ethan happily watching cartoons, there were 17 images waiting. Rachel had prefaced them with, "A mutual friend's daughter is dating one of your cousins." She saw the family group chat. Morgan. They planned this. I opened the first screenshot. It was a group chat titled, Ingram Family, No Morgan. A chat I'd been removed from 6 months ago after asking why I wasn't invited to Christmas Eve dinner. The messages were dated 2 weeks before the wedding. Vivian, I've been working on my speech. I'm going to call her out in front of everyone. Make her see what a disappointment she is. Mom, just don't go too far, sweetie. We don't want to seem cruel. Vivian, Mom, she deserves it. She shows up with that kid like she's not ashamed of her life choices. Someone needs to put her in her place. Mom, you're right. She's always been an embarrassment. Just make it funny. People love a good roast. Dad, just don't mention me in it. Vivian, trust me, she won't say anything back. She never does. I stared at the screen until the words blurred. They had planned it, orchestrated it. My mother had helped write the speech that called me a used product in front of 200 people. And my father, my quiet, passive father, had known and said nothing. Rachel's final message read, "I'm so sorry, Morgan, but you needed to know. It wasn't spontaneous. It was a coordinated attack." She was right. I did need to know. Because now I understood. There was nothing left to save. I sat with the screenshots for a long time. Ethan had fallen asleep on the couch, worn out from the chaos of the night before, his small chest rising and falling in a peaceful rhythm. I watched him sleep and felt something settle inside me. Something clear, and cold, and final. For 32 years, I had been chasing something that didn't exist. My mother's approval, my father's attention, my sister's respect. I had bent myself into impossible shapes, trying to earn love that was never going to come. I had accepted crumbs and called them enough. I had let them treat me like a placeholder, a supporting character in my own life story. And for what? So they could plan my public humiliation as a wedding gift to themselves? I closed the screenshots and opened a new document on my phone. I typed 2 words, no contact. That was it. No dramatic confrontation. No tearful phone call demanding explanations. No attempt to make them understand the depth of their betrayal. Just nothing. I would stop calling. Stop showing up to family events where I was only invited to be ignored. Stop hoping that someday, somehow, they would look at me and see someone worth loving. I wasn't going to announce it. Wasn't going to give them the satisfaction of a scene they could spin into more evidence of my instability or jealousy. I would simply disappear from their lives the way they had always wanted me to. Quietly, completely, permanently. My phone buzzed with another call from my mother. I declined it and blocked the number. Then Vivian's. Blocked. Then my father's. Blocked. I looked at Ethan, still sleeping peacefully, and felt something unfamiliar loosen in my chest. Not anger. Not grief. "We're going to be okay, baby," I whispered to him. "I promise." They showed up 3 days later. I was just getting home from work, Ethan chattering happily about the finger painting he'd done at daycare, when I saw them, standing on the steps of my apartment building. My mother in a cashmere coat, my father in his usual golf attire, both looking like they'd taken a wrong turn into the wrong neighborhood. "Morgan!" My mother's voice was ice. "We need to talk." Ethan's grip tightened on my hand. "Mommy, why is Grandma here?" "I don't know, sweetheart. Go wait inside with Mrs. Patterson, okay? I'll be right there." My elderly neighbor had already appeared in her doorway, drawn by the tension. She gave me a knowing look and held out her hand to Ethan. "Come on, honey. I just baked cookies." Once he was safely inside, I turned to face my parents. "You blocked our numbers," my mother said, her voice trembling with outrage. "After what you did to your sister, you blocked us. After what I did, you poisoned Daniel against Vivian. You destroyed her wedding. The venue is demanding full payment. The caterers won't refund a dime. Do you have any idea how much money you've cost this family? I laughed. I couldn't help it. A sharp, bitter sound that made my mother flinch. I didn't do anything, Mom. Vivian stood up and called me unwanted in front of 200 people. You called me a used product. Daniel made his own decision based on what he witnessed. It was a joke. My mother threw her hands up. A harmless joke that you, in front of my 5-year-old son. My voice dropped to a dangerous calm. You humiliated me in front of Ethan. He asked me why everyone was laughing at his mommy. For the first time, something flickered in my mother's eyes. Something almost like guilt, but it vanished as quickly as it came. Vivian is devastated. My mother pressed on, her voice softening into what she probably thought was maternal concern. Daniel won't return her calls. The wedding photos are ruined. She's talking about therapy, Morgan. Therapy? My baby girl. Then therapy might be exactly what she needs. My mother's face reddened. How dare you? Mom, I held up a hand. I'm going to say this once, and then I want you to leave. She fell silent, shock flickering across her features. In 32 years, I had never interrupted her. I didn't poison Daniel against Vivian. I barely spoke to him. He made his choice because he watched how this family treats me, how you treat me, and decided he couldn't be part of it. I'm not finished. The words came out steady, unflinching. You planned that speech. I've seen the group chat screenshots. You helped Vivian decide exactly what to say. You knew she was going to humiliate me, and you encouraged it. My mother went pale. My father shifted uncomfortably, suddenly fascinated by a scuff mark on the hallway floor. Vivian is crying, I continued. Good. Maybe now she'll understand what it feels like. I've been crying since I was 12 years old, trying to figure out why my own mother looked at me like a disappointment. Morgan, that's not fair. You called me a used product, Mom. In front of my child. In front of 200 people. And you're standing here asking me to apologize. The silence stretched between us like a chasm. I love you, I said quietly. I've spent my whole life loving you and hoping you'd love me back. But I can't do this anymore. I won't raise Ethan in an environment where he learns that abuse is acceptable if it comes from family. I stepped toward my door. Please leave. My mother's face cycled through a dozen emotions in 3 seconds. Disbelief, rage, hurt, calculation. Before landing on her weapon of choice, tears. Morgan, her voice cracked artfully. You're going to regret this. When I'm gone someday, you'll wish you'd been a better daughter. The guilt trip. Classic Patricia Ingram. A year ago, it would have worked. 6 months ago, it would have made me apologize. Even a week ago, I might have hesitated. But that was before she laughed at her own daughter being called worthless. Before she added her own knife to the wound. Before I watched my son's face crumble as his grandmother made his mother into a punchline. Maybe, I said. Or maybe I'll look back and know that I protected my child from the same damage you did to me. The door to Mrs. Patterson's apartment opened. Ethan peeked out, cookie crumbs on his chin. Mommy, are you coming? I smiled at him. A real smile, warm and sure. Yes, baby. 1 minute. My mother lunged toward him, arms outstretched. Ethan, sweetheart, come give Grandma a hug. I stepped between them. Not aggressively, but firmly. No. The word hung in the air like a slap. He's my grandson, my mother began. And he's my son. And I decide who gets access to him. My father finally spoke, his voice gruff with discomfort. Morgan, your mother is upset. Let's all just calm down and... Goodbye, Dad. I took Ethan's hand and guided him toward our apartment door. At the threshold, I turned back one last time. My mother was crying. Real tears now, or close enough. My father stood helplessly beside her. I'm not doing this to punish you, I said. I'm doing this because I finally understand that I deserve better than what you've given me. Then I closed the door and locked it. The video spread faster than my mother could contain it. Within a week, it had made the rounds through the extended Ingram family. Cousins, aunts, uncles, second cousins I'd never met, passed along like evidence in a trial. Aunt Linda called me on a Tuesday evening. Morgan, I just got off the phone with your Uncle Robert in Sacramento. He saw the live stream. Well, he used words I won't repeat about your mother and Vivian. I didn't ask anyone to share it. You didn't have to. Mike sent it to his mother, who sent it to her bridge club, who sent it to everyone else. Honey, You know how family gossip works. I did. It was the same network that had spread rumors about my divorce, my failure to keep a husband, my status as the family disappointment. Now that network was working in my favor. Your mother tried to call me yesterday, Aunt Linda continued. Wanted me to help manage the narrative. I told her the narrative managed itself the moment she opened her mouth in front of 200 witnesses and a camera. Despite everything, I felt a small, unexpected spark of satisfaction. How's Vivian? Aunt Linda hesitated. Not good. Daniel's officially ended things. His family sent back the engagement gifts with a letter from their lawyer. Something about irreconcilable value differences. Professional courtesy wrapped around devastating rejection. And your mother? Aunt Linda sighed. She's been calling everyone, trying to explain that it was just a joke that got out of hand. But people saw the video, Morgan. They heard her. No amount of spin changes what they witnessed with their own eyes. I thought about my mother, desperately dialing relatives, trying to rebuild a reputation she destroyed in 30 seconds of gleeful cruelty. Let her spin, I said quietly. I'm done explaining myself to people who don't want to understand. Vivian tried damage control 2 weeks after the wedding. She posted a lengthy statement on Facebook, carefully worded, professionally crafted, probably reviewed by a PR friend. I want to address the misunderstanding at my wedding. What was intended as lighthearted family humor was taken out of context by those who don't understand our dynamic. My sister Morgan and I have always had a playful relationship, and I'm heartbroken that a private family moment was twisted into something malicious by outside parties with their own agendas. It continued for 6 paragraphs, never once apologizing, never once acknowledging what she'd actually said. The comment section became a battlefield. Vivian, I've seen the video. There was nothing playful about it. You literally called your sister unwanted, and your mom called her used goods. How is that a misunderstanding? The video is still circulating. We can all see exactly what happened. Girl, this ain't it. Own your mistake. Rachel sent me screenshots of the meltdown, though I'd already muted everything related to my family. She's getting destroyed, Rachel texted. Her coworkers are asking questions. Someone said her boss called a meeting about professional conduct outside the workplace. I didn't feel triumphant. I didn't feel vindicated. Mostly I felt tired. A few days later, I heard through Aunt Linda that Daniel's mother had called my mother directly. She said, and I'm quoting here, I didn't raise my son to marry into a family of bullies. You should be ashamed of yourselves. Mrs. Mercer, a retired family court judge, had seen enough dysfunction in her career to recognize it instantly. Vivian had lost her fiancé. Her reputation was crumbling. Her job was under scrutiny. And I hadn't done anything. I hadn't needed to. The truth had been enough. Daniel called me 3 weeks after the wedding. I almost didn't answer. The number wasn't saved in my phone, and I'd become wary of unfamiliar callers. But something made me pick up. Morgan, it's Daniel Mercer. I sat down on my couch, pulling a blanket over my legs. Ethan was asleep in the next room, and the apartment was quiet. Daniel, hi. I hope I'm not overstepping by calling. I wanted to apologize. You already apologized at the hotel. Not properly. He exhaled, and I heard exhaustion in his voice. I watched your family treat you like dirt for 2 years. 2 years, Morgan. And I told myself it wasn't my place to say anything. That Vivian would grow out of it. That they were just difficult. You didn't know how bad it was. I knew enough. His voice hardened with self-recrimination. I'm a children's rights attorney. I've built my career on recognizing toxic family dynamics, and I stood by and let it happen because I was in love with someone who didn't deserve that love. I didn't know what to say to that. The rawness of his confession left me speechless. That night, he continued, when I saw Ethan's face, God, Morgan, that little boy watching his mother be destroyed for entertainment, I couldn't stay silent anymore. You didn't just stay silent. You ended your own wedding. It was the right thing to do. The only thing. He paused. I meant what I said about legal help. If you ever need assistance with custody issues, or if your family tries to harass you, anything, I will help. No strings, no charge. Why? Because your son deserves to have someone in his corner. And so do you. I felt tears prick my eyes, but they weren't sad tears. Thank you, Daniel. For everything. 6 months passed. Strange how life rebuilds itself when you remove the people who kept tearing it down. I received a promotion at work. Senior charge nurse, ER department. My supervisor called me into her office and said, "Morgan, your patient satisfaction scores are the highest in the unit. You're calm under pressure, you're compassionate, and you're exactly the kind of leader we need. Congratulations." I cried in the bathroom afterward. Happy tears. The kind that sneak up on you when you're finally starting to believe you might be worth something. Ethan started kindergarten in September. He made friends quickly. A chatty little boy named Oliver and a quiet girl named Sophie who shared his obsession with dinosaurs. His teacher sent home a note. "Ethan is a joy to have in class. He's kind, curious, and always willing to help others." My apartment was still small. 1 bedroom, a kitchenette, creaky radiators. But it was ours. I hung Ethan's artwork on every wall. Crayon dinosaurs, finger-painted rainbows, and a wobbly portrait labeled "Mommy" in purple marker. It looked like home. I started therapy once a week, 50 minutes, unpacking 32 years of being told I wasn't enough. Dr. Chun, a soft-spoken woman with kind eyes, helped me understand that the problem had never been me. "You were the scapegoat in a family system that needed someone to blame," she explained. "Your worth was never determined by their inability to see it." I also started dating again, casually, carefully. A nurse from the pediatric unit asked me to coffee, then dinner. Nothing serious, but the idea that someone might want to know me, the real me, felt revolutionary. For the first time in my life, I wasn't waiting for permission to be happy. I was just happy. The attempts at contact came in waves. First, a birthday card for Ethan, arriving 2 weeks late with no return address, though I recognized my mother's handwriting. Inside, a $100 bill and a note. "To our grandson. We miss you." I put the money in Ethan's college savings account and recycled the card. Then, a text from an unknown number, Vivian, using a friend's phone. "Morgan, we need to talk. I've been doing a lot of thinking." "Call me." I didn't call. A few weeks later, a voicemail from my mother. Her voice pitched in that particular tone of wounded victimhood she perfected over decades. "Morgan, this has gone on long enough. Family is family. You can't just cut us out forever. I'm your mother. Don't I deserve a chance to explain?" I deleted it without finishing. The hardest one came from my father. He showed up at my workplace, something he'd never done in the 8 years I'd been a nurse. I found him waiting in the lobby, looking uncomfortable and out of place among the worried families and beeping equipment. "5 minutes," he said when I approached. "Please." We stepped outside into the gray November afternoon. "Your mother is struggling," he said. "She cries every day. Vivian won't leave her room. The family Thanksgiving was..." He trailed off. "Was what, Dad?" "Empty." I waited. I know what happened wasn't right. The admission seemed to cost him something. "But Morgan, your mother loves you in her own way. She doesn't know how to..." "Dad," I cut him off gently but firmly. I spent 32 years waiting for Mom to love me in a way that didn't hurt. I can't wait anymore. And I won't let Ethan grow up waiting too. He nodded slowly, something crumbling behind his eyes. "I understand," he said quietly. And for the first time, I believed he did. Today, as I record this, it's been 8 months since my sister's wedding. I'm sitting in our little apartment, Ethan asleep in the next room, his nightlight casting dinosaur shadows on the ceiling. Tomorrow is his 6th birthday. I've got a homemade cake in the fridge, chocolate with too much frosting, just the way he likes it, and a secondhand bike waiting in my neighbor's storage unit, wrapped in a bow I tied 3 times to get right. I got my promotion. I'm seeing someone, Michael, the pediatric nurse, who tells me I'm beautiful and means it in a way I've never heard before. I have friends who show up, a therapist who helps me unpack decades of damage, and an aunt who calls every Sunday just to check in. And I have my son. Last week, Ethan brought home a picture from school. It was a family tree assignment, and while most kids drew grandparents and cousins and sprawling networks of relatives, Ethan had drawn just 2 figures. A tall woman with brown hair, a small boy beside her, holding her hand. "That's our family, Mommy," he said proudly. "Just us." I hung it on the refrigerator, right at eye level. My mother hasn't stopped trying to reach me. Neither has Vivian. I get the occasional message through relatives, the rare handwritten letter that goes straight into the trash. I don't hate them. That's the strange part. I spent so long being angry at the favoritism, the cruelty, the thousand small cuts of growing up invisible. But somewhere along the way, the anger faded into something quieter. Not forgiveness, not reconciliation, just peace. I chose myself. I chose my son. And that choice, hard as it was, saved us both. If you told me a year ago that I'd cut off my entire family, I would have laughed or cried. Probably both. I grew up believing that family was everything. That blood ties were unbreakable. That love meant enduring whatever treatment you received, because that's what daughters do. Good daughters. Loyal daughters. I was wrong. Family should be a safe place. A space where you're celebrated, not tolerated. Where your presence is welcomed, not weaponized. Where your children can grow up knowing they're enough, exactly as they are. My family wasn't that. My family was a performance, and I was always cast as the understudy. Here's what I've learned. Setting boundaries isn't selfish. It isn't cold. It isn't abandoning the people who hurt you. It's recognizing, finally, clearly, that you deserve better than what you've been given. You don't owe your loyalty to people who don't respect you. Not your mother. Not your father. Not your sister. Not anyone. I used to think staying quiet made me strong. That absorbing every insult, every comparison, every public humiliation somehow proved my worth. Look how much I can take. Look how resilient I am. But silence isn't strength. Not when it's born from fear. Not when it costs you your self-respect. Real strength is walking away. Real strength is choosing yourself. Real strength is looking your mother in the eye and saying, I deserve better than this. Ethan will grow up knowing that his worth isn't determined by how much criticism he can endure. He'll learn that boundaries aren't walls. They're doors you get to control. He'll understand that love doesn't look like public mockery or strategic cruelty or jokes designed to wound. That's my legacy, not the Ingram family name. Just a mother who chose her son and herself. For those wondering what happened to everyone else, Vivian started therapy, according to Aunt Linda. Real therapy, working through issues that apparently run deeper than anyone realized. I don't know the details, and I don't need to. I hope she finds whatever she's looking for. I hope she becomes someone capable of genuine kindness, but that's not my journey to witness. My mother continues to call me difficult and unforgiving to anyone who will listen. She's rewritten the narrative so thoroughly that some relatives believe the wedding incident was my fault. That I provoked Vivian, that Daniel was always unstable, that the whole thing was blown out of proportion. I don't correct them. The people who matter know the truth. My father sent me a text a few weeks ago. Just 3 words. I'm sorry. No explanation. No excuses. No request to reconcile. I read it, sat with it for a long time. Then I put my phone down and went about my day. Maybe someday I'll respond. Maybe I won't. Healing isn't linear, and forgiveness isn't a requirement. Aunt Linda has become the family I always needed. She drives down from Hartford every other month to take Ethan to the Children's Museum, loads me up with Tupperware of homemade soup, and never once pressures me to give your mother another chance. Family is who shows up, she told me once over coffee in my cramped kitchen. Not who shares your last name. She was right. Daniel Mercer sent Ethan a dinosaur encyclopedia for his birthday. No note, no strings, just a gift from someone who remembered a scared little boy and wanted to make him smile. Small kindnesses. They add up. They mean more than 200 laughing guests ever could. So that's my story. A wedding that became a funeral, not for a marriage, but for 32 years of trying to earn love that was never coming. A 5-year-old boy who taught his mother that some people are worth fighting for and some aren't. A choice to walk away, not in defeat but in victory. I'm not telling you this because I want pity. I stopped needing pity somewhere between the 47th missed call and the first morning I woke up without dreading my phone. I'm telling you this because I know I'm not alone. Some of you watching this have mothers who look through you, sisters who compete instead of celebrate, fathers who stay silent when they should speak up, family gatherings that feel like minefields. Some of you have already walked away. Some of you are still trying to figure out how. And some of you are still hoping, like I did for so long, that if you just try harder, love better, make yourself smaller, eventually they'll see your worth. They won't. Not because you're not worthy, but because they can't. And that's not your failure to fix. Thank you for listening to my story. If this resonated with you, if you've ever had to set boundaries with someone you loved, Ever had to choose yourself over family expectations, or ever wondered if you were strong enough to walk away? Tell me in the comments. I read every single one.